Imagine someone so influential that for nearly 2,000 years to disagree with him was considered heresy. Imagine a thinker whose ideas were so comprehensive that they dominated physics, biology, ethics, politics, art criticism, and logic simultaneously. That was Aristotle, and his shadow still falls across everything from how we organize knowledge, to how we justify moral choices, to how we structure scientific inquiry. But here is what makes Aristotle genuinely fascinating. He was wrong about many things, spectacularly wrong. He thought women had fewer teeth than men, that heavier objects fall faster, that the brain was merely a cooling organ for the blood. Yet even his errors reveal a systematic mind, trying to make sense of reality through observation and reason rather than myth. And when he was right, when he identified principles that actually govern nature and human behavior, he was so profoundly right that we still use his frameworks today. This is not going to be a simple tour of Aristotle's greatest hits. We are going to examine how his ideas actually work, where they come from, what they accomplish, and crucially, where they break down. We will explore the scholarly battles fought over his texts, the way his philosophy was twisted to serve agendas he never intended, and the surprising places where his ancient insights outperform modern alternatives. You will see how a man who died in 322, before the Common Era, built conceptual machinery that still runs beneath contemporary philosophy, law, science, and ethics. Part 1. The Empirical Revolution, How Aristotle Rebuilt Philosophy from Observation. To understand Aristotle, you must first understand what he was rejecting. His teacher Plato had constructed a philosophy built on the idea that the physical world we experience is merely a shadow of perfect forms, existing in a transcendent realm. The table you see is just an imperfect copy of the form of tableness. Justice in human affairs is just a pale reflection of the form of justice itself. For Plato, true knowledge meant turning away from the messy, changing physical world and contemplating these eternal, unchanging forms through pure reason. Aristotle looked at this system and asked, what good is a theory of tables that tells me nothing about actual tables? What use is an ethics that cannot explain the moral struggles of real human beings living actual lives? This was not just philosophical disagreement. It was a revolution in how to do philosophy itself. Aristotle proposed something radical for his time. Start with what you can observe. Study the actual world, the plants and animals and rocks and human communities that surround you. Collect data, compare specimens, identify patterns. Only then, after careful observation, should you construct theories to explain what you have seen. And those theories must be tested against further observations, refined, corrected, or abandoned if they fail to match reality. Consider how revolutionary this was. Ancient Greek thought before Aristotle often worked through pure deduction from first principles or relied on mythological explanations. Aristotle said, "Go dissect animals and describe what you actually find. Watch how governments actually operate, do not just theorize about ideal states. Observe how tragic plays affect audiences, then develop principles of drama from those observations. This empirical method created the first systematic biology in human history. Aristotle personally dissected and described hundreds of animal species. He identified the difference between vertebrates and invertebrates. He recognized that dolphins and whales were not fish, but belonged to a different category because they breathed air and nurtured live young. He was right, and he was right because he looked instead of just thinking. But here is where Aristotle reveals his sophistication. He knew observation alone was not enough. Raw data is meaningless without conceptual frameworks to organize it. So Aristotle developed what he called categories, fundamental ways of classifying existence: substance, quantity, quality, relation, place, time, position, state, action, and affection. These categories were not arbitrary. They emerged from analyzing how we actually talk about and understand things in the world. This is Aristotelian philosophy at its core, a constant dance between observation and theory, particular and universal, concrete and abstract. Neither alone is sufficient. You cannot understand individual things without general concepts, but those concepts must be derived from and tested against individual things. It sounds simple, but this balanced approach was genuinely new. The practical impact was enormous. Aristotle founded what we might call the first research university, the Lyceum in Athens. There he and his students gathered specimens, compiled observations from travellers, dissected animals, collected constitutions from different city-states, and systematically organized knowledge. This was not philosophy as meditation or debate, it was philosophy as research program. Now the critiques, and they are substantial. First, Aristotle vastly overestimated what could be learned from casual observation without instruments or experiments. He believed that if you simply watch carefully enough, nature would reveal its principles. But many crucial insights require controlled experimentation, precise measurement, or tools that extend human perception beyond its natural limits. His physics failed largely because he relied on everyday observations that can be deeply misleading about how objects actually move and interact. Second, Aristotle often let his theoretical commitments override his empirical findings. He believed the universe must be eternal and unchanging in its basic structure, so when observations suggested otherwise, he bent his interpretations to preserve the theory. The empiricist was not as empirical as he claimed. Third, and this is a debate that still rages in philosophy of science, Aristotle sought essences, the fundamental natures that make things what they are. He wanted to know not just that heavy objects fall, but why they must fall because of their essential nature as heavy things seeking their natural place. Modern science largely abandoned this search for essences in favour of mathematical descriptions of how things behave. We no longer ask why electrons have negative charge. We just describe precisely how they behave because they do. Some philosophers argue Aristotle's essentialism was a dead end that delayed scientific progress. Others argue we lost something valuable, a concern with genuine understanding rather than mere prediction. Here is where the scholarly battlefield gets interesting. 20th century philosopher of science Nancy Cartwright has argued that when we actually examine successful modern science, it looks surprisingly Aristotelian. Physicists do not just record observations, they develop models about the capacities and tendencies of things. A magnet has the capacity to attract iron. Water has the tendency to freeze at 0 degrees Celsius under standard pressure. These sound suspiciously like Aristotelian natures and potentials. The language changed, the mathematical sophistication increased, but the basic logical structure, entities with intrinsic powers that manifest under appropriate conditions, that is straight from Aristotle. The counter-argument, advanced by philosophers like Bas van Fraassen, is that this is a superficial resemblance. Modern science describes but does not explain in Aristotle's sense. We can predict exactly how magnets behave, but physics does not tell us why magnetic force exists as a fundamental feature of reality rather than something else. Aristotle wanted that deeper why, and modern science explicitly abandoned that quest as unanswerable. So, where does this leave us with Aristotle's empirical method? It was genuinely revolutionary, establishing observation and systematic study as foundations for knowledge. It was also limited, lacking the experimental method, mathematical rigour, and instrumental precision that later enabled scientific breakthroughs. But his core insight, that theory must be grounded in reality and tested against it, remains foundational. Every scientist forming a hypothesis from data, every researcher testing theories against observations, every empirical investigation is working within an Aristotelian framework, even if the specific methods have evolved far beyond what Aristotle imagined. Part 2. Logic and the Architecture of Thought. Before Aristotle, there was no formal logic. People argued, reasoned, and tried to persuade, but no one had systematically identified the rules that make some arguments valid and others fallacious. Aristotle invented logic as a discipline, and his system dominated for over 2,000 years. Even today, when you hear someone say, all A are B, all B are C, therefore all A are C, you are using Aristotelian logic. The centerpiece of Aristotle's logical system is the syllogism. A syllogism is a form of argument where you have two premises and a conclusion that necessarily follows from them. The classic example: all humans are mortal. Socrates is a human. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. This looks simple, even obvious, but Aristotle's genius was recognizing that the validity of this argument has nothing to do with the specific content. The argument works because of its form, its logical structure. Aristotle identified every possible valid form of syllogism. He catalogued them systematically, showing which combinations of premises yield valid conclusions and which do not. He distinguished between universal statements like all swans are white and particular statements like some swans are white. He showed how the placement of terms as subjects or predicates affects validity. This was the first time anyone had created a formal system for evaluating arguments independent of their content. But here is what makes this truly revolutionary. Aristotle was not just cataloguing arguments. He was revealing the fundamental structure of thought itself. When you think logically, when you draw valid inferences, you are following patterns that Aristotle mapped. His logic is not just a tool, it is a description of how rational thinking works. The practical applications were immediate and profound. In courts, rhetoricians could now identify exactly why an opponent's argument failed. In philosophy, thinkers could construct chains of reasoning with confidence that if the premises were true, the conclusions must be true. In mathematics, proofs could be validated by checking their logical form. Aristotelian logic became the foundation of medieval scholastic philosophy, Islamic philosophy, and remained the dominant logical system in the West until the 19th century. Aristotle also developed sophisticated theories about different types of reasoning. Demonstrative reasoning starts from premises known to be true and derives certain conclusions. This is the logic of science and mathematics, where you build knowledge on firm foundations. Dialectical reasoning works from commonly accepted opinions to explore what might be true. This is useful for philosophical investigation where absolute certainty is not available. Rhetorical reasoning persuades through probable arguments suitable for practical decision-making. Aristotle understood that different contexts require different standards of proof. He also identified the principle of non-contradiction, one of the most fundamental laws of thought. Something cannot both be and not be at the same time in the same respect. A cat cannot be simultaneously entirely white and entirely black. This seems obvious, but Aristotle recognized it as an absolute foundation that cannot be proven because any attempt to prove it must already assume it. It is a first principle, the bedrock on which all reasoning rests. Now the critiques, and they fundamentally challenged Aristotelian dominance. First, Aristotle's logic only handles a limited range of arguments. It works beautifully for categorical statements about groups and members, but struggles with relational statements. Consider John is taller than Mary, Mary is taller than Susan. Therefore, John is taller than Susan. This is obviously valid, but it does not fit the syllogistic form. Aristotelian logic has no systematic way to handle it. Second, and this is more devastating, Aristotle's logic cannot handle mathematics. Mathematical reasoning constantly uses quantifiers in ways that exceed syllogistic logic. For every number, there exists a larger number. There exists a number such that when added to any number, you get that same number back, namely 0. These statements are fundamental to mathematics, but Aristotelian logic lacks the tools to properly analyze them. This limitation became critical in the 19th century when mathematicians were trying to rigorously formalize mathematics. Gottlob Frege and Bertrand Russell developed modern predicate logic, which uses variables, quantifiers, and truth functions in ways that vastly exceed Aristotelian capabilities. Modern logic can handle relations, multiple quantifiers, and complex nested statements that would be impossible in Aristotle's system. For this reason, Aristotelian logic is now seen as a small subset of a much larger logical universe. Third, Aristotle assumed that all statements fit into subject-predicate form. Socrates is wise analyzes as the subject Socrates having the predicate wise. But modern philosophers argue that language is far more complex. What is the subject and predicate of "it is raining"? What about "there are unicorns in mythology but not in reality"? Aristotle's logical grammar forces statements into patterns that may distort their actual meaning. The scholarly debate here is fascinating. Some philosophers, like Peter Geach and Jaakko Hintikka, have argued that Aristotelian logic remains viable for natural language reasoning, even if it fails for mathematics. When ordinary people think through practical problems, they rarely use the complex machinery of predicate logic. They reason syllogistically, and Aristotle's system accurately captures how that works. Modern logic is more powerful but also more abstract and disconnected from how humans actually think. Others, like Willard Van Orman Quine, argued that Aristotelian logic's limitations reflect deeper problems with its metaphysical assumptions. Aristotle built his logic on the idea of substances having essential properties. His logic assumes statements can be neatly divided into subjects that refer to things and predicates that describe properties of those things. But maybe reality is not actually structured that way. Maybe the subject-predicate distinction is just a feature of Indo-European languages, not a reflection of how the world actually is. Modern logic, by treating relations and quantifiers as fundamental, might better capture reality's actual structure. There is also a curious historical irony. Medieval Islamic philosophers, particularly Avicenna, extended Aristotelian logic in sophisticated ways that anticipated some modern developments. They developed modal logic, analyzing statements about necessity and possibility. They explored temporal logic, dealing with past, present, and future. These innovations were largely lost in the West during the transition to modern logic, but they show that Aristotelian logic was not as rigid as sometimes portrayed. It could grow and adapt. Here is where things get really interesting for contemporary philosophy. Some recent philosophers argue we have been too quick to dismiss Aristotelian logic. Fred Summers and others have shown that with appropriate modifications, a neo-Aristotelian logic can handle many of the cases that supposedly required modern logic. Even relational statements can be recast into a modified syllogistic form. The question becomes, is modern logic actually superior or just different? Does it reveal reality's structure more accurately, or just provide different tools for different purposes? The practical reality is that both systems coexist. Computer scientists use formal logic descended from Frege and Russell to design algorithms and verify software. But when teaching critical thinking or analyzing everyday arguments, educators still often use Aristotelian forms because they are more intuitive. Legal reasoning relies heavily on syllogistic argument structures. Medical diagnosis works through a kind of practical syllogism. All cases of X disease show Y symptoms. This patient shows Y symptoms, therefore this patient might have X disease. The form is Aristotelian, even if modern medicine adds statistical reasoning on top. So Aristotle's logic represents both a towering achievement and a historical limitation. He created logic as a formal discipline, identified its fundamental principles, and mapped its basic structures. For the range of arguments he could handle, his analysis was remarkably complete and remained unsurpassed for millennia. But there are vast territories of rational thought that his system cannot explore. The interesting question is not whether we have surpassed Aristotle, we obviously have, but whether his system still captures something important about natural reasoning that modern logic, in its pursuit of comprehensiveness and rigour, might have lost sight of. Part 3. Metaphysics, Substance, Essence, and What Really Exists. Aristotle's Metaphysics begins with one of philosophy's most famous statements: all human beings by nature desire to know. But know what exactly? Aristotle's answer is being as such the fundamental nature of what exists. This is metaphysics, the study of reality at its most basic level. Not physics, which studies particular kinds of beings like animals or planets, but the study of being itself, what it means for anything to exist at all. The central concept in Aristotle's metaphysics is substance, in Greek ousia, which can also be translated as being or essence. Substances are the primary realities, the things that exist independently. A horse is a substance. A tree is a substance. You are a substance. But white is not a substance. It only exists as a property of something else. Running is not a substance. It is an activity that some substance performs. This distinction between substance and properties is fundamental to how Aristotle structures reality. Substances are what everything else depends on. Properties, quantities, relations, all of these exist only because substances exist that have them. You can have a white horse, but you cannot have white floating around without being the colour of something. This makes substances ontologically primary, first in the order of being. But what makes something a substance? This is where Aristotle's theory gets sophisticated. A substance has three key characteristics. First, it is an individual particular thing, not a universal property. This specific horse is a substance, not hoarseness in general. Second, it persists through change. The horse can grow, get sick, change colour, but it remains the same horse. Third, it is a subject for properties, but not itself a property of something else. The horse has properties like being brown or fast, but the horse itself is not a property of anything. This leads to one of Aristotle's most important metaphysical tools, the distinction between essence and accident. A thing's essence is what makes it what it is, the properties without which it would not be that kind of thing. Being rational and animal is essential to humans. Being human means being a rational animal. But having brown eyes is accidental. You can change your eye color through contacts or medical intervention, and you remain the same person. Essential properties define the kind of thing something is. Accidental properties are just features it happens to have. Aristotle believed that natural kinds have real essences. There is something that makes horses horses and not cows. This essence is not arbitrary or conventional. It reflects genuine structure in nature. When we classify things scientifically, when we group animals into species, we are tracking real essences, not just imposing human categories. This is Aristotelian essentialism, the view that things have natures that make them what they are. The practical implications are enormous. In science, if things have essences, then discovering those essences is the goal of investigation. To understand water is to know its essence, what makes water water. In ethics, if humans have an essence, then living well means fulfilling that essential nature. In logic, essential properties give us definitions that capture what things truly are, not just how we describe them. Aristotelian metaphysics underwrites an entire approach to knowledge. Now Aristotle distinguished between two kinds of substance, and this gets complicated. Primary substances are individual things, this horse, that tree, you. But secondary substances are the species and genera that individuals belong to. Horseness is a secondary substance. Humanity is a secondary substance. This seems contradictory because earlier he said substances are individuals, not universals. But Aristotle needed universals to do scientific work. Science studies horse as such, not just this particular horse. So there must be something real corresponding to the species, even if it exists only in the individuals. This tension between particular and universal runs throughout Aristotle's metaphysics. On one hand, only individuals fully exist. Universals are abstractions. On the other hand, scientific knowledge is of universals. We know the essence of horse, not just facts about individual horses. Aristotle never fully resolved this tension, and it generated centuries of philosophical debate. The medieval scholastics fought over this question ferociously. Realists like Aquinas argued that universals have real existence in individual things. When you have many horses, there genuinely is something horseness that they all share. Nominalists like William of Ockham argued that universals are just names, useful fictions. Only individuals exist, and talk of essences or natures is just our way of grouping similar individuals. This debate, the problem of universals, dominated medieval philosophy and was rooted directly in ambiguities in Aristotle's metaphysics. Modern critiques of Aristotelian metaphysics are severe. First, science has largely abandoned essences. What is the essence of gold? Aristotle might say its yellowness, malleability and heaviness. But modern chemistry says gold is simply any atom with 79 protons. That is not an essence in Aristotle's sense. It is an arbitrary cut in a continuous spectrum of atomic structures. Species in biology do not have essences. They are populations with statistical distributions of traits. Water does not have an essence beyond being H2O, and even that is just a description of molecular structure, not a deep nature. Modern science replaced essences with structural descriptions and causal laws. Second, the whole substance-property distinction may be a linguistic illusion. Philosopher David Hume argued that when you examine actual experience, you never encounter substances, only bundles of properties. You see white, round, hard, sweet, but where is the apple itself apart from these properties? Maybe substance is just a grammatical requirement of subject-predicate language, not something real. Modern bundle theorists argue that objects are nothing more than collections of properties held together by causal relations. There is no mysterious substrate underlying properties, just the properties themselves interacting. Third, quantum mechanics has challenged the idea of persisting individual substances. Electrons are indistinguishable. They have no individual identity. At quantum scales, things do not persist as determinate individuals through time. They exist in superpositions of properties until measured. The neat Aristotelian picture of individual substances with definite properties does not apply to fundamental physics. Reality at its basic level looks nothing like Aristotle imagined. But here is where the philosophical battleground gets interesting. Some contemporary metaphysicians are defending updated versions of Aristotelian substance metaphysics. E. J. Lowe argued that the substance-property distinction is indispensable for making sense of persistence and identity. If objects are just bundles of properties, what holds the bundle together? Why do these properties, rather than those, constitute a single object? You need something like substance as the owner of properties, the thing that ties them together into a unified individual. Michael Lew and others argue that science's rejection of essences was premature. Yes, species do not have Aristotelian essences in the old sense. But they do have something like essences in the form of genetic programs and developmental patterns. Being human does involve having certain essential features, not accidental lists. Chemical kinds like water do have essences, their molecular structure. Gold really is essentially the element with 79 protons. That is what makes it gold rather than something else. So maybe science redefined essence rather than eliminated it. Catherine Kozlicki has defended Aristotelian structure against bundle theory. Objects are not just collections of properties, but have hierarchical organization. A living cell has parts that are organized in specific ways to maintain the whole. That organization, that structure, is something over and above the properties of the parts. This looks very much like Aristotelian substantial form, the organizing principle that makes matter into a particular kind of thing. Modern biology's focus on organization and systems actually vindicates rather than refutes this Aristotelian insight. The quantum mechanics objection is more difficult. Aristotelian metaphysics does seem committed to a common-sense picture of medium-sized objects that quantum theory violates. But philosophers like Tim Maudlin argue that quantum mechanics does not actually eliminate objects or substances. Electrons exist as individual entities even if they lack classical trajectories. The equations describe substances behaving in non-classical ways, not the elimination of substance altogether. The metaphysical structure might be more subtle than Aristotle imagined, but the basic framework of things with properties could still hold. There is also a practical defense of Aristotelian metaphysics. Regardless of what fundamental physics says, we live in a world of medium-sized objects that persist through time and have causal powers. Tables, trees, and people are substances in the Aristotelian sense. They exist independently. They persist despite changes. They act and are acted upon. Maybe fundamental physics requires different metaphysics, but for understanding the macroscopic world we inhabit, Aristotelian categories remain indispensable. We cannot eliminate talk of objects and properties without making ordinary life and science impossible. So, where does this leave Aristotle's metaphysics? It was the first systematic attempt to map reality's fundamental structure, to answer what really exists and how existence works. Many of its specific claims have been challenged or refuted by modern science and philosophy. But the questions Aristotle asked, what is the relationship between particulars and universals? What makes something one thing rather than many? What constitutes identity through change? These remain central to metaphysics. And some version of substance metaphysics, even if heavily revised, may still be necessary for making sense of the world we actually experience. Part 4. The Four Causes and How Explanation Works. Aristotle had a radically different conception of explanation than we do today. When modern science explains something, it typically identifies prior events that caused it. The ball moved because someone kicked it. The water boiled because heat was applied. We trace effects back to earlier causes in a chain of physical events. Aristotle thought this was not just incomplete, but fundamentally misunderstood what explanation means. He argued that fully explaining anything requires identifying 4 different kinds of causes. The Greek word he used, aitia, means both cause and explanation, and that double meaning is important. These are not just forces that push things around, but answers to why questions, ways of making things intelligible. The first is the material cause, what something is made of. The material cause of a bronze statue is bronze. The material cause of a house is bricks, wood and mortar. The material cause of a living organism is its constituent matter, the flesh and bone and blood that compose it. To understand something fully, you need to know its material basis, what it is built from. The second is the formal cause, the form or pattern or structure. The formal cause of the statue is the particular shape it has, the arrangement that makes this bronze into a statue of Athena rather than a lump of metal. The formal cause of a house is the architectural plan, the arrangement of materials into rooms and walls. The formal cause of an organism is what we might call its organization, the structure that makes these chemicals into a living dog rather than a dead pile of organic compounds. The third is the efficient cause, and this is closest to what we today call a cause. The efficient cause is the agent or process that brings something into being. The efficient cause of the statue is the sculptor who shaped the bronze. The efficient cause of the house is the builders who constructed it. The efficient cause of a child is the parents who generated it. This is causation as production, as one thing acting to produce another. The fourth is the final cause, the purpose or goal. The final cause of the statue might be to honor Athena or beautify the city. The final cause of the house is to provide shelter. The final cause of the heart is to pump blood. This is teleological explanation, explaining something by its end or function, what it is for. Aristotle insisted all four causes are necessary for complete understanding. Imagine asking why a tree is growing. The material cause is the seed and the nutrients it absorbs. The formal cause is the structure of an oak, the pattern it develops toward. The efficient cause is the biological processes of cell division and growth. The final cause is the mature tree, the end state toward which growth aims. Leave out any cause, and your explanation is incomplete. You have not fully answered why the tree is growing. For artifacts like statues and houses, this fourfold analysis seems reasonable. We can point to materials, designs, makers and purposes. But Aristotle applied this framework to natural objects too. And this is where things get controversial. Does nature really have purposes? Does the acorn grow into an oak because it is aiming at that end? Is there really a final cause in natural processes? Aristotle argued yes, emphatically. He observed that natural processes are regular, not random. Acorns always grow into oaks, never into horses or rocks. Animals consistently develop organs that serve functions. Hearts pump blood, eyes see, teeth chew. This regularity and functionality suggests purpose is built into nature itself. Nature acts for ends just as craftsmen do. Not consciously, perhaps, but really nonetheless. This is Aristotelian teleology, the doctrine that natural processes are goal-directed. It dominated Western science until the scientific revolution. Medieval and Renaissance thinkers explained everything from planetary motion to animal behavior through final causes. The planets moved in circles because circular motion is perfect and eternal. Heavy objects fell because they sought their natural place at the center of the universe. Animals had instincts because they aimed at survival and reproduction. The explanatory power of this framework was enormous. It made nature intelligible in human terms. If nature works for purposes, we can understand it by asking what those purposes are, just as we understand human actions by asking about intentions and goals. It unified efficient and final causation, showing how mechanical processes serve broader ends. It grounded ethics in metaphysics, because if humans have a natural purpose, living well means fulfilling that purpose. But modern science utterly rejected Aristotelian causation. The scientific revolution of the 16th and 17th centuries systematically eliminated formal and final causes from physics. Galileo, Descartes, and Newton argued that proper scientific explanation cites only efficient causes, physical forces acting on matter. Mathematical laws describe how things move, not why in any purposive sense. Matter has no inherent forms or goals, only properties and forces that determine its behavior according to mathematical principles. The classic critique came from Francis Bacon and others who argued that final causes corrupt science. If you think falling bodies seek their natural place, you stop investigating the mathematical laws of motion. If you think planetary orbits must be circular because circles are perfect, you miss the reality of elliptical orbits. Final causes were not just false, but actively harmful, blocking genuine investigation. They smuggled human-like purposes into nature where none exist, projecting our own goal-directed psychology onto mindless matter. Material and formal causes fared little better. Modern science does not explain chemical reactions by citing what substances are made of in Aristotle's sense. It cites molecular structures and energy exchanges. Form is not an independent cause, but just the arrangement of matter, reducible to material components and their spatial relations. So 3 of Aristotle's 4 causes were eliminated, leaving only efficient causation operating according to mathematical laws. The apparent success of modern science seems to vindicate this rejection. Physics makes stunningly accurate predictions using only efficient causes and mathematical laws. Chemistry explains reactions through atomic structures and energy levels without invoking forms or purposes. We do not need Aristotelian causes to build bridges, cure diseases, or send rockets to Mars. From this perspective, Aristotle's fourfold causation was simply wrong, a pre-scientific framework that we have outgrown. But the story is more complicated than it first appears. Biology has persistently struggled with eliminating teleological explanation. Biologists constantly talk about what organs are for, what functions they serve. The heart is for pumping blood. That is why it exists. Evolutionary biologists explain traits by their adaptive functions. Eyes exist because they conferred survival advantages by enabling sight. This sounds suspiciously like final causation creeping back in. Modern biology handles this through natural selection. Traits persist because they increased reproductive success, not because they aimed at any goal. Hearts pump blood, and organisms with effective hearts survived better and reproduced more. Through blind mechanical selection, nature produces the appearance of purpose without any actual teleology. Darwin thought he had eliminated final causes while preserving functional explanation. but philosophers of biology still debate whether this really works. When we say the heart's function is to pump blood, we are not just describing what it does. We are distinguishing its function from its side effects. Hearts also make noise, but that is not their function. How do we draw this distinction without implicitly invoking purposes? Some philosophers argue we cannot, that functional explanation requires something like Aristotelian final causes, even if natural selection explains how those functions arose. Karen Neander and Ruth Millikan have defended teleological functions as real features of biological systems. They argue functions are selected effects, traits exist because past instances were selected for producing certain outcomes. This gives us real, objective purposes grounded in evolutionary history. Hearts really are for pumping blood, because that is what they were selected for. This is naturalized teleology, final causes explained through natural selection rather than eliminated by it. Aristotle was right that nature has purposes, he just had the mechanism wrong. Others, like Larry Wright and Christopher Boers, argue that function talk is just a convenient shorthand that could, in principle, be eliminated. We could describe everything in terms of efficient causes and selection pressures without ever mentioning purposes. Functional language is pragmatically useful, but not metaphysically required. Aristotle's final causes really are gone, even from biology. The debate over formal causes has also been revived. Aristotle thought form was not reducible to matter, but was an independent explanatory principle. Modern reductionism says form is just matter arranged in certain ways, nothing over and above the material parts. But systems biology and complexity theory suggest this might be wrong. The way parts are organized in complex systems can have causal powers that the parts individually lack. Water molecules do not have liquidity, but water does. Neural activity is not conscious, but organized neural patterns produce consciousness. These emergent properties look like formal causes, organizational structures with irreducible causal powers. James Lennox and David Depew have argued that Aristotelian formal causation anticipates modern ideas about developmental biology. How does genetic information direct an organism's development? The DNA sequence is material cause, but the regulatory networks and developmental programs that organize growth look like formal causes. They are organizational principles not reducible to material components. Maybe form and matter are both needed to explain living systems, much as Aristotle insisted. There is also a critique from the other direction, that modern science's exclusive focus on efficient causes leaves explanatory gaps. Nancy Cartwright argues that scientific laws do not actually explain in a fully satisfying way. They describe regularities and enable predictions, but they do not tell us why nature follows these laws rather than others. A complete explanation might require something like Aristotelian natures, intrinsic capacities that make things behave as they do. Science abandoned final and formal causes for pragmatic success, but at the cost of genuine understanding. So where does this leave the four causes? Efficient causation clearly works for physics and chemistry, and modern science's success in these fields is undeniable. But biology, psychology, and the social sciences keep encountering phenomena that seem to require richer explanatory frameworks. Functional explanation, organizational principles, emergent properties, these keep pulling us back towards something like Aristotle's other three causes. Perhaps different domains require different explanatory strategies, and Aristotle's mistake was thinking all four causes apply everywhere. Or perhaps modern science's elimination of formal and final causes was premature, a necessary simplification for physics that becomes a limitation when studying life and mind. The debate continues, which itself suggests Aristotle identified something deep about the nature of explanation that remains unresolved. Part 5. Form and Matter, Potentiality and Actuality. Aristotle solved a puzzle that had stumped Greek philosophy for generations. How can things change yet remain the same? If something changes, it becomes different. So how is it still the same thing? If it remains the same, how did it actually change? This seems like a simple problem, but it cut to the heart of whether change and persistence were even possible. His solution was one of his most brilliant insights, the distinction between form and matter. Everything physical is a compound of form and matter working together. The matter is the stuff something is made of, the underlying material that can take on different forms. The form is the structure or organization that makes that matter into a specific kind of thing. Change happens when matter loses one form and takes on another, but the matter persists through the change. Take a simple example, a bronze sphere. The bronze is the matter. The spherical shape is the form. You could melt the sphere and cast the same bronze into a cube. The bronze persists, but the form changes from spherical to cubic. Or you could keep the spherical form but replace the bronze with iron. The form persists, but the matter changes. Form and matter are really distinct. You can have one without the other, at least in principle. But here is the sophistication. Form and matter are relative terms. What counts as matter at one level of analysis is actually a form-matter compound at a deeper level. Bronze is matter relative to the statue's form, but bronze itself is a compound of copper and tin organized in a particular way. Those metals are matter relative to bronze's form, but they are compounds of atoms. You can analyze downward indefinitely each level of matter turning out to be form imposed on more basic matter. This hierarchy implies there must be a bottom, pure matter, with no form at all. Aristotle called this prime matter, the ultimate substrate that has no properties of its own, but can potentially receive any form. Prime matter is pure potentiality, completely formless and characterless. It never exists alone, but is the ultimate material principle in all physical things. At the top of the hierarchy is pure form with no matter, pure actuality with no unrealized potential. Aristotle identified this with God, the unmoved mover, but that is for later. The key point is that the physical universe is a hierarchy stretching between pure potentiality at the bottom and pure actuality at the top, with everything else being mixtures of form and matter in various proportions. This leads to Aristotle's other great explanatory pair, potentiality and actuality. These are different ways of being. A seed is potentially a tree, but not actually a tree. A marble block is potentially a statue, but not actually a statue. The student is potentially knowledgeable, but not actually knowledgeable until they learn. Potentiality is the capacity to become something. Actuality is being that thing. Change is the movement from potentiality to actuality. The seed actualizes its potential to be a tree. The student actualizes their potential for knowledge through study. The marble actualizes its potential to be a statue through the sculptor's work. This solves the puzzle of change because the thing that changes is the same in one respect as the matter that persists, but different in another respect as the form that is actualized. Change is real, but so is identity. But what causes potentials to actualize? Here Aristotle offered a crucial principle. Nothing moves from potentiality to actuality except by something already in actuality. The seed cannot make itself into a tree. It requires actual sunlight, water, and soil. The student cannot learn alone. They need an actual teacher who already possesses knowledge. The cold cannot make itself hot. It requires something actually hot to heat it. Actuality is metaphysically prior to potentiality. The actual must exist first to bring potentials into actuality. This principle grounds Aristotle's entire physics and cosmology. Every motion requires a mover. Every change requires something already actual to cause it. Trace any chain of causes backward, and you must eventually reach something that is pure actuality, with no unrealized potentials, or else the series could never get started. This is how Aristotle argued for an unmoved mover, a first cause that is pure actuality, and sets everything else in motion. The power of this framework is its explanatory scope. It handles growth and development beautifully. The acorn has the potential to be an oak encoded in its nature. Under right conditions, it actualizes that potential progressively. It explains learning and skill acquisition. You have potential knowledge that becomes actual through study, potential skills that become actual through practice. It even handles artifacts. The wood has the potential to be a table, actualized by the carpenter's work. Aristotle used these concepts to solve specific philosophical problems that had plagued his predecessors. The pre-Socratic philosopher Parmenides had argued that change is impossible because it would require something to come from nothing. If something new appears, where did it come from? If it was already there, it is not new. If it was not there, it came from non-being, which is impossible. Therefore, change is an illusion. Aristotle's response was brilliant. Change does not come from absolute non-being, but from potential being. The statue comes not from nothing, but from the marble's potential to be carved. The tree comes not from nothing, but from the seed's potential to grow. Potentiality is a real mode of being intermediate between actual existence and complete non-existence. Change is movement from potential being to actual being, not creation from nothing. Problem solved. He also solved Heraclitus's opposite problem, that everything is constantly changing, so nothing remains the same. If you cannot step in the same river twice because the water is always flowing, how can anything persist? Aristotle's answer: the form persists even as the matter changes. The river is the same river because it maintains the same form, the same pattern of flowing water, even though the specific water molecules are constantly replaced. You are the same person throughout your life because your form persists, even though your matter is entirely replaced over time. Form provides continuity through material change. Now the critiques, and they strike at the foundation of Aristotelian physics. First, the distinction between potentiality and actuality may be circular. What makes something potentially X rather than potentially Y? The seed is potentially a tree, not potentially a rock, because of its nature. But what is its nature? The capacity to become a tree. This looks circular. We define potential by actuality and actuality by potential without ever explaining either independently. Second, modern physics has no use for potentiality as a distinct mode of being. Everything can be described in terms of actual states and forces. The seed does not contain potential treeness. It contains actual DNA, actual cellular machinery, actual chemical properties that will respond in certain ways to actual environmental conditions. There is nothing in the seed except actuality, just complex actuality that will lead to different actual states over time. Potentiality is not needed and may not even be coherent. Third, the priority of actuality over potentiality seems wrong in light of modern physics. Quantum mechanics describes systems in terms of potential states, superpositions of possibilities that become actual only when measured. The quantum wave function is pure potentiality, not actuality. It only actualizes when observed. This reverses Aristotle's principle. Here, potentiality is fundamental and actuality derivative. Reality at its deepest level is possibility, not actuality. Fourth, the form-matter distinction may be less fundamental than Aristotle thought. Modern science reduces everything to particles and fields governed by laws. There is no separate principle of form organizing matter. The apparent organization emerges from interactions between particles following physical laws. What looks like form is just matter in complex arrangements. Chemistry is reducible to physics. Biology is reducible to chemistry. Everything is ultimately just particles in motion. Form adds nothing beyond the material components and their interactions. But again, there are defenders of Aristotelian metaphysics who argue these critiques miss something important. Robert Koons argues that potentiality is not circular but irreducible. Powers and dispositions are fundamental features of reality that cannot be eliminated in favour of purely actual states. Salt has the power to dissolve in water. Matches have the power to light when struck. These are real features of things, not just shorthand for complicated actual properties. Modern science may ignore them, but that is a failure of science to capture important aspects of reality. Ruth Groff and Neil Williams defend causal powers as central to scientific explanation. When scientists identify mechanisms, they are identifying what things can do, their causal capacities. Water has the power to freeze at 0 degrees. Genes have the power to code for proteins. These powers exist even when not exercised. The frozen water still has the power to melt, even while frozen. That is potentiality, and it is ineliminable from scientific practice. The quantum mechanics objection is more complex. Some interpretations of quantum mechanics, like the Copenhagen interpretation, do give primacy to potentiality. But other interpretations, like the many worlds interpretation, say everything is always actual, just in different branches of reality. There is no consensus about quantum ontology. And even if quantum mechanics requires potentiality at the micro level, Aristotle's principle might still hold at the macro level where we live. The debate is unresolved. The reductionist critique faces serious problems too. David Oderberg and others argue that form cannot be reduced to material arrangement without losing explanatory power. A living cell is not just chemicals arranged in space. The arrangement itself, the organization, has causal powers that the chemicals individually lack. Destroy the organization and you kill the cell, even if all the chemicals remain. Form is doing real explanatory work that cannot be eliminated. Hilary Putnam famously argued that functionalism in philosophy of mind is essentially Aristotelian. Mental states are not identical to brain states, but to functional roles, patterns of organization that could be realized in different materials. Pain is not identical to C fibers firing, but to the functional role of detecting damage and motivating avoidance. That functional role is form, and it is multiply-realizable in different matter. So even cognitive science may require something like Aristotelian form-matter distinction. There is also an interesting convergence with modern chemistry. The concept of molecular structure is very close to Aristotelian form. Water is not just hydrogen and oxygen atoms, but those atoms arranged in a specific way. Change the arrangement and you get different compounds with entirely different properties. The structure, the form, makes all the difference. Chemistry vindicated rather than refuted this aspect of Aristotelian metaphysics. So, where does this leave form and matter, potentiality and actuality? These concepts provided a powerful framework for understanding change, identity and causation that dominated Western thought for 2 millennia. Modern science developed different concepts that seemed to eliminate the need for Aristotelian metaphysics. But closer examination suggests that something like these distinctions may be ineliminable from our best scientific theories and practices. The terminology changed, but the underlying philosophical problems Aristotle identified remain, and his solutions might still be required even if updated for contemporary knowledge. At minimum, any metaphysics must solve the same problems Aristotle solved, and his solutions set a standard that alternatives must match. Part 6. Physics, Motion, and Cosmology. Aristotle's physics is where his philosophy and science come together most completely, and also where he was most spectacularly wrong. For nearly 2,000 years, Aristotelian physics was considered authoritative. Then it was overthrown so completely that today it is often taught as an example of how not to do science. But the story is more interesting than simple refutation. Aristotle was asking the right questions even when he got the answers wrong, and understanding his physics reveals both the power and limitations of his approach. Aristotle defined motion very broadly. Motion or change, in Greek kinesis, includes any kind of change, not just change of place. There is local motion, change of position. There is qualitative change, like something becoming hot or cold. There is quantitative change, like growing larger or smaller. And there is substantial change, like wood burning into ash. All of these are types of motion in Aristotle's physics, and all require explanation. His definition of motion itself is famous for being difficult. Motion is the actuality of a potential insofar as it is potential. This sounds obscure, but it captures something subtle. Motion is neither purely potential, the seed's capacity to become a tree, nor purely actual, the finished tree. Motion is the intermediate state, the process of actualizing potential while potential remains. The growing seed is actually growing, not just potentially growing, but it is still potentially a tree, not actually a tree. Motion is being on the way, actuality of the not yet fully actual. Aristotle classified motion into natural and violent. Natural motion is motion according to a thing's nature, directed toward its natural place or state. Violent motion is motion contrary to nature, imposed by external force. This distinction was fundamental to his entire physics. Every element has a natural place in the cosmos. Earth is naturally at the center, so earthy objects naturally move downward toward the center of the universe, which happens to be the center of the earth. Water is naturally above earth, but below air. Air is naturally above water, but below fire. Fire naturally moves upward, away from the center. The heavens, made of a fifth element called ether or quintessence, naturally move in eternal circles. Natural motion requires no explanation beyond the object's nature. Heavy things fall because being heavy means having a nature that seeks the center. Fire rises because its nature is to seek the outer regions. The planets orbit because their ethereal nature is to move circularly. Once you know something's essential nature, you know how it will naturally move. No external force is needed for natural motion. Nature itself is the cause. Violent motion is different. It requires an external mover continuously acting. Throw a stone and it moves horizontally, contrary to its nature of falling downward. But what keeps it moving after it leaves your hand? Aristotle struggled with this question and offered an answer that seems bizarre today. The air pushes it along. Your hand pushes the stone and simultaneously pushes the air. The rushing air then continues pushing the stone forward. The motion continues as long as the air keeps pushing, then stops when resistance overcomes the push. This leads to Aristotle's principle that motion requires continuous contact with a mover. Nothing moves unless something is moving it at that very moment. There is no concept of inertia, no idea that objects continue moving without a force acting on them. Rest is natural. Motion requires ongoing cause. This seems wrong to us now, but it matches everyday experience. When you stop pushing, things stop moving. It took extraordinary conceptual work to realize that friction and air resistance disguise the principle of inertia. Aristotle also believed in absolute space and absolute motion. Places are real locations in the cosmos, not just relative positions. The center of the universe is an actual place, not just wherever we happen to call the center. Objects naturally move toward or away from this absolute center. There is no concept of relative motion or reference frames. Motion is absolute displacement through absolute space. His cosmology followed from this physics. The universe is finite, bounded by the outermost celestial sphere. At the center sits the earth, motionless because it is already at its natural place and has no reason to move. Around the earth, in concentric spheres, orbit the moon, sun, planets and stars. Each celestial sphere is made of ether and moves with perfect eternal circular motion. The heavens are incorruptible, unchanging and perfect. This created a fundamental division in Aristotelian physics between the sublunary realm and the celestial realm. Below the moon, in the sublunary realm, you have the four elements mixing and changing, generation and corruption, imperfect motions. Above the moon, in the celestial realm, you have perfect circular motion, eternal unchanging ether, mathematical perfection. Different physical laws apply in each realm. This two-tier physics persisted until the scientific revolution. Aristotle famously denied the possibility of a vacuum. "Nature abhors a vacuum" was the slogan, though Aristotle never quite said it that way. His argument was that motion in a vacuum would be impossible or absurd. In a medium, resistance determines speed. Denser media produce slower motion. But in a vacuum with no resistance, motion would be instantaneous or infinitely fast, which is impossible. Therefore, vacuums cannot exist. The universe must be a plenum, completely filled with matter. He also argued that infinite speed would make all motions simultaneous. In a vacuum, everything would move at the same infinite speed, so an arrow and a feather would arrive at the same instant. Since this contradicts observation, vacuums are impossible. This argument seems strange now, but it reflects his principle that speed is determined by the ratio of force to resistance. Zero resistance would mean infinite speed, which is absurd, so resistance can never be zero. Now the catastrophic failures. Galileo demolished this physics systematically through experiments and thought experiments. He showed that in the absence of air resistance, all objects fall at the same rate, regardless of weight. A heavy stone and a light stone dropped simultaneously hit the ground together. This directly contradicted Aristotle's claim that heavier objects fall faster because they have stronger nature. Galileo also discovered the principle of inertia. Objects in motion tend to stay in motion unless acted on by an external force. You do not need to continuously push something to keep it moving. Once moving, it continues until something stops it. This eliminated the need for air pushing projectiles along and made Aristotle's theory of violent motion obsolete. Newton completed the revolution with his laws of motion and universal gravitation. Objects do not have natural places they seek. They move according to forces acting on them, following mathematical laws that apply everywhere equally. There is no distinction between sublunary and celestial physics. The same laws that govern falling apples govern orbiting planets. Gravity is a universal force, not objects seeking their natural place. The Copernican revolution eliminated Aristotle's geocentric cosmology. The Earth is not the motionless centre of the universe, but a planet orbiting the Sun. The celestial spheres do not exist. The heavens are not perfect and unchanging. Stars are born and die, supernovas explode, planets are just rocks and gas. There is no ether. Space is mostly vacuum. Every major claim of Aristotelian cosmology turned out to be false. Modern physics discovered that motion does not require continuous movers. Objects persist in their state of motion or rest unless forces act on them. Inertia. Forces do not cause motion, but acceleration, changes in motion. At relativistic speeds, mass and energy are interchangeable. Time dilates. Space curves. At quantum scales, particles exhibit wave-particle duality, quantum tunneling, entanglement. Nothing in Aristotle's physics anticipated or could accommodate these discoveries. So, should we dismiss Aristotelian physics entirely as a historical curiosity? Many philosophers and historians of science say no, and their reasons are illuminating. First, Aristotle's physics was not arbitrary, but based on systematic observation of everyday phenomena. Heavy objects do generally fall faster than light ones in air, due to air resistance. Pushed objects do stop moving when you stop pushing, due to friction. Fire does rise. Denser objects do sink in water. Aristotle's physics accurately describes phenomenological experience, what you see without instruments or experiments. It failed as fundamental theory, but succeeded as phenomenology. Second, some historians argue we misinterpret Aristotle by reading him through modern concepts. James Lennox points out that Aristotle was not doing mathematical physics, but natural philosophy, investigating the natures and causes of things. He sought understanding, not just predictive models. When he said heavy things fall because they seek their natural place, he was explaining why, not just describing how. Modern physics abandoned this kind of explanation, but that does not necessarily mean Aristotle was simply wrong. Maybe he was asking different questions. Third, some of Aristotle's conceptual tools remain useful even if his specific theories failed. The distinction between natural and forced motion, translated as spontaneous versus externally driven processes, appears in thermodynamics. Systems naturally evolve toward equilibrium unless external work prevents it. That is remarkably Aristotelian. The idea that different domains might require different explanatory principles appears in discussions of emergence and reduction. Maybe biological explanation cannot be reduced to physics after all, echoing Aristotle's two-tier cosmos. Fourth, Aristotle was right about some things modern physics rejected, then reinstated. He insisted space must have properties and cannot be pure nothingness. Newton's absolute space seemed to refute this. Space was just empty container. But Einstein's general relativity revealed that space has structure. It curves and warps. It has energy. The quantum vacuum is not empty, but seething with virtual particles and quantum fields. Space has properties. Aristotle was right about that, even if wrong about what those properties are. Fifth, Aristotle's insistence that explanation must include formal and final causes may still be correct in some domains. Physics eliminated them, but biology keeps needing functional explanations. Organisms really do have parts that serve purposes. Hearts really are for pumping blood. Reducing this to efficient causation alone may leave out something important. Aristotle's broader vision of explanation may be necessary even if his specific physics failed. The deepest critique is methodological. Aristotle relied too heavily on common-sense observation without controlled experiments. He accepted plausible-sounding principles without rigorous testing. He let theoretical commitments override contrary evidence. He sought essentialist explanations when mathematical descriptions would have been more productive. These methodological failures delayed scientific progress for centuries. But even here, the situation is complex. Nancy Cartwright argues that the experimental method itself has Aristotelian roots. Experiments work by isolating systems to reveal their natural behaviors free from external interference. That is recognizably Aristotelian, separating natural from violent motion. The language changed, but the logical structure, finding what things do naturally when external factors are controlled, that comes from Aristotle. So Aristotelian physics represents both a monumental achievement and a spectacular failure. It was the first systematic attempt to explain all physical phenomena through unified principles. It dominated for 2 millennia because it was comprehensive, philosophically sophisticated, and matched everyday experience. but it was wrong about fundamentals, wrong about motion, wrong about space, wrong about the cosmos. Its overthrow was necessary for scientific progress. Yet even in failure, it set the agenda for physics, identified the questions that needed answers, and developed conceptual tools that remain useful. Every physicist seeking to explain rather than just describe, every scientist distinguishing spontaneous from driven processes, every theorist wondering whether different domains require different explanatory frameworks, is working through problems Aristotle first articulated. Part 7. Biology and the Science of Life. If Aristotle's physics is his greatest failure, his biology is arguably his greatest success. While his cosmology was utterly wrong, his biological observations were remarkably accurate, and his biological theories anticipated ideas that modern biology vindicated 23 centuries later. This is where Aristotle's empirical method shined, and where his philosophical sophistication produced genuine scientific insight. Aristotle was the first systematic biologist in history. He personally dissected hundreds of animals, from insects to elephants. He observed marine life extensively, probably on the island of Lesbos, where he spent time. He collected and compared specimens, interviewed fishermen and hunters, compiled observations from across the Mediterranean. His biological works describe over 500 animal species with remarkable accuracy, identifying structures and behaviors that would not be rediscovered for centuries. Consider what he got right. He recognized that dolphins and whales are not fish, but belong to a different category, what we now call mammals. He knew they breathed air, bore live young, and nursed their offspring. He correctly described the placenta in sharks, a discovery so remarkable that 19th-century zoologists thought it was a lucky guess until they confirmed it. He accurately described the four-chambered stomach of ruminants, the development of chick embryos, the complex life cycles of insects undergoing metamorphosis. His observational work was extraordinary. But Aristotle was not just collecting facts, he was developing theoretical frameworks to organize them. His most important biological concept was the scala naturae, the ladder or scale of nature. Life forms could be arranged in a hierarchy from simplest to most complex. At the bottom were plants, which had only nutritive soul, the capacity for growth and reproduction. Animals had sensitive soul, adding perception and locomotion. Humans had rational soul, adding intellect and reason. This was not evolution. Aristotle thought species were fixed, but it recognized that life forms exhibit increasing levels of organization and capacity. Within this hierarchy, Aristotle developed the first systematic taxonomy of animals. He distinguished major groups that mostly correspond to modern classifications: vertebrates versus invertebrates, live-bearing versus egg-laying, blooded versus bloodless. These are not arbitrary groupings, but reflect genuine biological differences. His classification was based on multiple characteristics: anatomy, reproduction, behavior, creating what we now call natural classification. Modern taxonomy still uses some of his groups, like cephalopoda for octopuses and squid. Aristotle's biological theory centered on function and form. Organs exist for purposes, and understanding those purposes explains their structure. Eyes are for seeing, so their structure makes sense in terms of that function. Fins are for swimming, wings for flying, teeth for eating. This is teleological biology, explaining biological features through the ends they serve. It dominated until Darwin, and even after Darwin, functional thinking persists in biology. He had sophisticated ideas about biological development. He described epigenesis, the idea that organisms develop progressively from undifferentiated material rather than simply growing from miniature versions of the adult. The embryo does not start as a tiny human that enlarges but begins as formless matter that gradually differentiates into organs and structures. Observation of developing embryos confirmed this. This opposed preformationism, the later theory that organisms are preformed and just expand during development. Aristotle was right. Development is progressive differentiation. His embryology included what we would now call developmental programs. He argued that the male semen provides the form or program, while the female provides the matter that receives that form. This is obviously wrong about the mechanics. He did not know about eggs and sperm as we understand them. But the conceptual structure, that development requires both material components and organizational information, is surprisingly modern. Genes provide information that organizes matter into organisms, which is recognizably Aristotelian even though genes work nothing like Aristotle imagined. Aristotle also developed comparative anatomy, comparing structures across species. He noticed that corresponding parts, like the arm of a human, the foreleg of a horse and the wing of a bird, have similar bone structures despite different functions. This is homology, structures that share common origins despite different uses. Darwin would later use homology as evidence for common descent. Aristotle did not conclude evolution, but he discovered the anatomical pattern that evolution explains. He even got the scientific method right in biology. He insisted on multiple observations before drawing conclusions, comparing different species to identify general patterns, testing hypotheses against new observations. His biological works are filled with qualifications. We have not yet observed, or more investigation is needed. This is modern scientific caution. He also recognized the limits of his methods, noting that very small structures or internal processes could not be observed directly and required inference from indirect evidence. Now, what he got wrong. He thought generation occurred spontaneously in many cases. Maggots arose from rotting meat, mice from mud, eels from the ocean floor without parents. This seems absurd now, but without microscopes to see eggs and sperm, spontaneous generation was a reasonable inference from observation. What looks like spontaneous appearance was actually reproduction at scales too small to see. He believed the brain was a cooling organ for the blood, with the heart being the seat of sensation and thought. This was wrong, but not crazy. The heart is obviously active, pumping and responsive to emotions. The brain seems inert, passive, just sitting there. Without understanding neural activity, the heart seemed like the obvious centre of life and consciousness. He thought women had fewer teeth than men, a mistake so basic it is hard to excuse. He could have simply counted. This error reflects a deeper problem. He sometimes let theoretical commitments override observation. He thought women were defective or incomplete versions of men, and this bias affected his biology. Male bodies were the norm, female bodies were deviations. This profoundly wrong view influenced medicine and biology for centuries. He also accepted inheritance of acquired characteristics. If a parent developed certain traits through use or injury, those could be passed to offspring. This seems plausible and matches some observations, but modern genetics showed it is generally false. Genes are inherited, not acquired characteristics. Lamarck later revived this idea, and it took modern genetics to finally refute it. The relationship between Aristotelian biology and modern evolutionary biology is fascinating. Darwin eliminated Aristotle's fixed species and teleology, or so it seemed. Natural selection explains adaptation without invoking purposes. Traits that increase fitness spread. Traits that decrease fitness disappear. No goals or ends are needed, just variation, heredity, and differential reproduction. This appeared to eliminate Aristotelian teleology from biology entirely. But functional explanation persisted. Biologists still explain traits by their functions, still say hearts are for pumping blood and eyes are for seeing. Ernst Mayr distinguished between teleological explanations that invoke conscious purposes and teleomatic explanations that describe goal-directed processes produced by natural causes. Natural selection is teleomatic. It produces the appearance of design without a designer. But is this distinction stable? Are functional explanations really eliminable, or are they ineliminable even after Darwin? Some philosophers argue that teleology really is gone, replaced by selection-based explanations. Karen Neander and Ruth Millikan say functions are selected effects. Traits persist because past instances were selected for producing certain outcomes. This naturalizes teleology, grounding it in evolutionary history. Hearts exist because they pump blood, not the other way around. The appearance of purpose is explained by natural selection without any actual goals. Aristotle's teleology is finally eliminated, replaced by a causal account. Others argue that Aristotelian teleology survives in modified form. James Lennox points out that Aristotle's teleology was always naturalistic, not based on divine purposes, but on natural forms and functions. He observed that organisms develop toward mature forms, that organs serve functions, that biological processes are goal-directed even if not consciously. Natural selection explains how these features arose, but the features themselves are still teleological. Development is still directed toward adult form. Hearts really do have the function of pumping blood. Darwinism changed the explanation for teleology, but did not eliminate it. There is also the question of developmental biology and genetics. Aristotle's concept of form as organizing principle looks remarkably like genetic information. Genes do not just passively transmit traits. They actively direct development, organizing matter into specific structures. Developmental biology studies how genetic programs interact with environmental factors to produce organisms. This is recognizably Aristotelian, information organizing matter into form, even though the mechanism is entirely different from what Aristotle imagined. Stuart Newman and Gerd Müller have argued that modern developmental biology requires something like Aristotelian formal causes. Development cannot be reduced to genetic sequences because the same genes produce different structures in different contexts. Positional information, cell-cell interactions, and physical processes shape development in ways not determined by genes alone. The organization itself, the developmental system, has causal powers. This looks like Aristotelian form, an organizational principle not reducible to material components. Aristotle's metaphysics might still be needed to make sense of development. Where Aristotle definitely failed was in understanding mechanisms. He described what organs do, their functions, but could not explain how they work. He lacked the concepts of cells, tissues, chemistry, molecular biology. His descriptions of function were accurate, but without mechanistic understanding, they could not generate further insights. Modern biology succeeded precisely by discovering mechanisms, how hearts pump, how eyes see, how genes code for proteins. Functional explanation alone was insufficient. But functional explanation was still necessary. You cannot identify which mechanisms to study without first knowing what functions organs serve. Molecular biology explains how genes work, but you first need to know that genes code for traits, that they have the function of transmitting information. Evolutionary biology explains how traits spread, but you need functional understanding to identify which traits are adaptive. Mechanism and function are both essential, as Aristotle recognized, even if he lacked the mechanisms. So Aristotelian biology represents both continuity and rupture with modern biology. His observational work was superb and anticipated discoveries that took centuries to confirm. His theoretical framework of form and function continues to shape biological thinking even after Darwin and molecular biology. But his lack of mechanism, his errors about generation and development, and his male-centric biases represent serious limitations. Modern biology moved beyond Aristotle while retaining something essentially Aristotelian, the focus on organization, function, and the distinctive features of life. His biology was not just a historical curiosity, but a genuine contribution that shaped the discipline permanently. Part 8. The Soul, Mind, and Human Nature. Aristotle's psychology, his study of the soul and mind, might be his most philosophically sophisticated work. It bridges his metaphysics, biology and ethics, showing how human nature fits into his broader understanding of reality. But it is also conceptually difficult, dealing with questions about consciousness, thought and identity that remain unresolved today. Reading Aristotle on the soul means confronting the hardest problems in philosophy of mind. The Greek word psyche, usually translated as soul, does not mean what modern religious traditions mean by soul. It is not a separate spiritual substance that survives death, at least not primarily. For Aristotle, psyche is the principle of life, what makes living things alive. It is the form of a living body, the organization that makes matter into a living organism. Plants have souls, psyche, because they are alive. Animals have souls because they are alive. Humans have souls because we are alive. Soul is not separate from body, but is the body's living functioning. Aristotle defined soul as the first actuality of a natural body, having life potentially. This is his technical language, but the idea is clear. A living body has capacities for life functions, nutrition, perception, movement, thought. The soul is those capacities in their activated form. It is what makes potential life into actual life, just as shape makes bronze into an actual statue rather than merely potentially a statue. This makes soul inseparable from body in most respects. You cannot have a soul without a body any more than you can have a statue shape without bronze or wood. When the body dies, the soul ceases because the organization that constituted life is destroyed. Soul is not an inhabitant of the body, but the body's living form. This is hylomorphism applied to living things, form and matter united as one substance. Aristotle distinguished 3 levels of soul, forming a hierarchy. The nutritive soul is the lowest level, possessed by all living things, including plants. It governs growth, nutrition, and reproduction. This is the basic principle of life, what all organisms share. The sensitive soul adds perception, desire, and locomotion, possessed by animals, but not plants. Animals can sense their environment, want things, and move toward or away from them. The rational soul adds intellect and reasoning possessed only by humans. We can think abstractly, understand universals, grasp necessity. These levels build on each other hierarchically. Humans have all 3 levels, nutritive, sensitive, and rational. Animals have nutritive and sensitive. Plants have only nutritive. Each higher level presupposes the lower levels. You cannot have reason without perception. You cannot have perception without life. This creates a unified account of living things as a progressive hierarchy of capacities. His account of perception was remarkably sophisticated. Perception is not passive reception of images, but active taking on of forms. When you see red, your eye takes on the form of redness without becoming red itself. It receives the form without the matter, like wax receiving the shape of a seal without becoming gold or silver. This is selective reception of qualities taking on the organization without the material substrate. He distinguished 5 external senses: sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, plus 1 internal sense he called the common sense. The common sense integrates information from different senses, allowing you to perceive that this white thing is also sweet and cold. It also enables self-awareness of perceiving, knowing that you are seeing. The common sense is not a mystical sixth sense, but a cognitive function that unifies sensory information. Aristotle also discussed imagination, fantasia, which produces mental images. Imagination operates between perception and thought. It can recall past perceptions, combine them in new ways, and provide content for thinking. You can imagine a golden mountain even though you have never seen one, by combining the form of gold with the form of mountain. Imagination is crucial for thinking because thought requires images to work with. His account of thinking and intellect is where things get really difficult and controversial. He distinguished between passive intellect and active intellect. Passive intellect receives forms from imagination and understands them. Active intellect is what makes potentially intelligible things actually intelligible, like light makes potentially visible colors actually visible. This is standard form matter, potentiality, actuality analysis. But then Aristotle says something strange. The active intellect is separable, immortal, and eternal. What does this mean? Is Aristotle saying part of the human soul is immortal after all? Or is active intellect something divine that humans participate in but do not possess individually? This passage in On the Soul is one of the most debated in all of Aristotle. Medieval philosophers fought over it for centuries with radically different interpretations. Averroes, the great Islamic philosopher, argued that active intellect is a single divine intelligence shared by all humans. When you think, you are temporarily connecting to this universal intellect, but you do not have your own individual, immortal mind. This was controversial because it denied personal immortality. Aquinas rejected it, arguing that each person has their own intellect that is the form of their body. Alexander of Aphrodisias, an ancient Greek commentator, thought active intellect was just a capacity of the material mind with no separate existence. Modern scholars remain divided. The contemporary interpretation that makes most sense of the text is this. Aristotle thought the capacity for abstract thought requires something that is not itself material or dependent on bodily organs. Physical organs can perceive particulars, this red thing, that sweet taste. But understanding universals, grasping redness as such or sweetness as such, seems to transcend particular physical states. Active intellect is this capacity for universal thought, and it might survive death precisely because it was never wholly dependent on the body. But even this is debated. Aristotle's psychology faced immediate critiques even in his own era. Plato had argued that the soul is separate from the body and survives death, capable of existing independently. Aristotle's hylomorphic view seems to deny personal immortality, which troubled later Christian and Islamic thinkers. If soul is just the body's form, how can it survive when the body is destroyed? The active intellect passage provided a potential solution, but an obscure one. Modern philosophy of mind raises different problems. Dualists like Descartes argue that mind and body are radically different substances. Mind is conscious, private, non-spatial. Body is unconscious, public, spatial. They interact but are fundamentally distinct. Aristotle's view rejects this. Mind is the functioning of a living body, not a separate substance. But then, how do we explain consciousness, the subjective feel of experience? Can organization alone produce consciousness? Materialists and physicalists argue that mental states are identical to or reducible to brain states. When you think about mathematics, specific neurons fire in specific patterns. There is no separate mind, just brain activity described in different vocabularies. Aristotle's view seems closer to this. Mind is bodily functioning, not separate substance. But Aristotle thought some aspects of thinking transcended matter, which modern materialism denies. So he falls somewhere between dualism and materialism, which is either sophisticated or confused, depending on your view. Functionalism in modern philosophy of mind is arguably the most Aristotelian approach. Hilary Putnam and others argue that mental states are functional states, defined by their causal roles rather than their physical implementations. Pain is not identical to C fibers firing, but to the functional role of detecting damage and motivating avoidance. That function could be realized in different physical systems, carbon-based brains or silicon-based computers. This is remarkably Aristotelian. Mental states are forms that could be realized in different matter. Thought is the function of thinking, not reducible to specific physical states. But functionalism faces the hard problem of consciousness. Even if we explain the functional roles of mental states, why is there something it is like to be in those states? Why does pain hurt rather than just causing avoidance behavior? Why is there subjective experience at all? Aristotle does not really address this. He describes the functions of perception and thought without explaining why performing those functions involves consciousness. This is a gap in his psychology, though arguably not one he could have filled given his conceptual resources. There is also the question of whether Aristotle's psychology requires souls or essences. Eliminative materialists like Paul and Patricia Churchland argue that talk of souls, minds, beliefs and desires is just folk psychology that will be eliminated by neuroscience. We do not really have beliefs. We have brain states that folk psychology misdescribes as beliefs. Aristotelian psychology, by positing souls and faculties, might be an obstacle to genuine neuroscience. But defenders of Aristotelian psychology argue it is indispensable. Robert Pasnow and others point out that neuroscience cannot eliminate psychological explanation without losing what makes mental states mental. Beliefs are not identical to brain states. because the same belief can be realized in different brain states, and the same brain state can realize different beliefs depending on context. We need psychological-level explanations that cannot be reduced to neuroscience. Aristotelian faculties like perception, imagination, and intellect might correspond to genuine computational systems that cognitive science studies. The terminology changed, but the structure remains. Aristotle's integration of psychology with biology and metaphysics remains impressive. Soul is not mysterious spiritual substance, but living organization, studied through the same methods as other natural phenomena. Mental capacities are hierarchically organized, building on biological foundations. Thought emerges from, but is not reducible to, perception and imagination. This naturalistic approach, treating mind as part of nature rather than separate from it, anticipates modern cognitive science and neuroscience. Even when his specific theories fail, his methodology succeeds. The deepest value of Aristotle's psychology might be the questions it forces us to confront. How do material processes produce immaterial thought? How can biological organization generate consciousness? Can mind be explained functionally, or do we need something more? What is the relationship between particular mental states and universal concepts? These are not historical curiosities, but live issues in contemporary philosophy of mind. Aristotle did not solve them, but he identified them with remarkable clarity, and his hylomorphic framework remains one viable approach among others. Part 9. Ethics, Virtue, Character, and the Good Life. Aristotle began his Nicomachean Ethics with a simple question that becomes increasingly complex. What is the good life for a human being? Not what seems good, not what people happen to pursue, but what is genuinely good. What constitutes human flourishing? His answer, eudaimonia, is usually translated as happiness, but that translation is misleading. Eudaimonia is not a feeling, but a kind of life, living well and doing well, human flourishing in its fullest sense. Every action aims at some good, Aristotle observed. We eat for health, we study for knowledge, we work for money. But these goods are pursued for the sake of further goods. We want health to live actively, knowledge to understand, money to buy things. Is there an ultimate good, something we pursue for its own sake that gives purpose to everything else? Aristotle argued, yes, eudaimonia is that ultimate good. We want everything else for the sake of living well, but we want to live well for its own sake, not for anything beyond it. But what constitutes eudaimonia? Here Aristotle made a brilliant move. He used his biological and metaphysical framework. Every kind of thing has a characteristic function, an ergon, what it distinctively does. The function of a knife is cutting, of an eye is seeing. What is the function of a human being? Not just living, plants do that. Not perception and locomotion, animals do that. The distinctively human function is rational activity, exercising reason in practical and theoretical matters. Therefore, human flourishing consists in excellent rational activity, living according to reason excellently and completely throughout a full life. This is eudaimonism, the view that ethics is about human flourishing. Right action is whatever promotes eudaimonia. Wrong action is whatever hinders it. But this is not simple hedonism or preference satisfaction. Flourishing requires developing excellent character, acquiring virtues, living according to reason. It is objective, based on human nature, not subjective preference. Some lives genuinely flourish, others do not, regardless of how people feel about them. Aristotle distinguished between moral virtues and intellectual virtues. Moral virtues are excellences of character, like courage, temperance, justice, generosity. These govern emotions and actions in practical life. Intellectual virtues are excellences of mind, like theoretical wisdom, practical wisdom, understanding. These govern thinking and knowing. Both are necessary for eudaimonia, but moral virtue is what most people think of as ethics. His account of moral virtue is his most famous contribution to ethics. Virtue is a mean between extremes, a middle ground between excess and deficiency. Courage is the mean between cowardice and recklessness. Generosity is the mean between stinginess and wastefulness. Temperance is the mean between self-indulgence and insensibility. Each virtue occupies a middle position relative to the extremes, which are vices. But this is not simply averaging or compromise. The mean is relative to us, to circumstances, not an arithmetic middle. The right amount of fear depends on the danger. The right amount of giving depends on your resources and the recipient's need. There is no formula, no rule that determines the mean in every situation. Finding the mean requires practical wisdom, phronesis, the ability to judge what reason demands in particular circumstances. Virtue is a disposition, a hexis, not just actions or feelings. The courageous person not only acts bravely but feels appropriate fear and confidence. They act from a firm and unchanging character, not just occasionally doing brave things. Virtue is stable character, ingrained patterns of excellent response. You become virtuous by repeatedly doing virtuous acts until they become second nature, until you reliably feel and act excellently without struggle. This makes virtue education crucial. Children must be trained through habit to feel pleasure and pain appropriately. They learn courage by practicing brave acts, temperance by practicing self-control, generosity by practicing giving. Through repeated action, they develop character. Eventually, they understand why these actions are right and choose them for their own sake, not just from training. But training comes first. Understanding follows. Aristotle identified several key virtues in detail. Courage concerns fear and confidence in the face of danger, especially the danger of death in battle. The courageous person fears what is truly fearsome, but stands firm when it is noble to do so. Temperance concerns bodily pleasures, especially food, drink, and sex. The temperate person enjoys these pleasures moderately, as reason directs, neither overindulging nor refusing legitimate pleasures. Liberality concerns giving and taking money, finding the mean between stinginess and wastefulness. Magnificence is like liberality, but concerns large-scale spending on public projects. Justice is giving people what they are due, a complex virtue Aristotle analyzed extensively. He distinguished types of justice. Distributive justice concerns fair distribution of goods according to merit. People should receive benefits proportional to their contribution or worth. Rectificatory justice concerns correcting wrongs and restoring balance when someone has been harmed. If someone steals from you, rectificatory justice requires returning what was taken and punishing the thief. Justice is equality, but equality of the right kind, proportional to merit and circumstances. The intellectual virtues got less attention in the Nicomachean ethics, but are equally important. Theoretical wisdom, Sophia, is knowledge of the highest things, the first principles and necessary truths. It is pure contemplation of eternal truth, philosophy and science at their best. Practical wisdom, phronesis, is knowing how to live well, judging correctly about particular actions in concrete situations. It requires experience, understanding of human nature, and ability to see what reason demands now. You can have one without the other. The wise scientist might be practically foolish. The practical person might lack theoretical understanding. Aristotle argued that the highest form of eudaimonia is theoretical contemplation. Contemplating eternal truth is the most divine activity humans can engage in. It is done for its own sake. It is continuous and pleasant. It is self-sufficient, requiring little external support. The philosophical life of contemplation is the best life, if we can sustain it. But we are not purely rational beings. We have bodies and emotions and social needs, so practical virtue is also necessary, living well in the human community. Complete eudaimonia includes both contemplation and virtuous practical activity. He also discussed friendship, philia, as essential to the good life. Friendship is not just affection, but mutual well-wishing and shared activity. There are three types. Friendships of utility are based on mutual benefit, like business relationships. Friendships of pleasure are based on enjoyment, like drinking buddies. Friendships of virtue are based on shared commitment to the good, where each friend wishes well to the other for their own sake. Only virtue friendships are complete and enduring. The others are friendships only incidentally and dissolve when the benefit or pleasure ends. Perfect friendship requires equality and virtue. True friends are like second selves. They share values and activities, deliberate together and take pleasure in each other's virtue. Such friendships are rare, because virtue is rare and requires time to develop. But they are essential to eudaimonia because humans are social beings who need others to flourish fully. The solitary life, even if contemplative, is incomplete because it lacks the shared activities that manifest virtue most fully. Now the critiques, and they come from multiple directions. First, modern ethics tends to focus on rules, rights and duties rather than character and flourishing. Kantian ethics says morality is about following universal laws from duty, regardless of consequences or character. Utilitarianism says morality is about maximizing happiness for all, regardless of virtue. Both make the rightness of actions primary, character and flourishing secondary. Aristotelian virtue ethics reverses this, making character and flourishing primary, particular actions secondary. Which approach is correct? This is one of the deepest divides in modern moral philosophy. Second, Aristotle's ethics seems elitist and exclusionary. Eudaimonia requires virtue, virtue requires good upbringing and education, and these require resources. Poor people, slaves, women in Aristotle's society, they cannot achieve full virtue and eudaimonia by Aristotle's own account. He explicitly says slaves and women have inferior rationality. His ethics seems designed for aristocratic Greek males with leisure for philosophy and politics. This is not just politically incorrect, it seems fundamentally unjust. Modern ethics insists on moral equality. Everyone has equal moral worth and equal capacity for moral life. Aristotle seems to deny this. Third, the doctrine of the mean is too vague to guide action. Saying virtue is a mean between extremes does not tell you what to do. How do you find the mean? Aristotle says practical wisdom determines it, but what is practical wisdom? The ability to find the mean. This seems circular. Without more precise guidance, Aristotelian ethics cannot resolve moral disagreements or tell people how to act in difficult situations. Modern ethical theories try to provide decision procedures, clear principles for determining right action. Aristotle offers no such procedure, just the advice to develop good character and use good judgment. That is unsatisfying for those seeking moral certainty. Fourth, eudaimonism seems to make ethics self-centered. If the point of virtue is your own flourishing, are you not just being selfish? Why should I care about others except as means to my eudaimonia? Modern ethics emphasizes impartiality and concern for all persons, regardless of benefit to oneself. Aristotelian ethics seems agent-centered, focused on the agent's own good life. This worries critics who think ethics should transcend self-interest. Fifth, Aristotle's function argument is questionable. Even if humans have characteristic activities, why should excellence at those activities constitute the good life? Maybe human function is to reproduce and survive, but that does not make reproduction and survival the highest good. Maybe there is no single human function. People flourish in different ways. The function argument assumes a teleological view of human nature that modern biology rejected. Without natural purposes, the argument fails. But virtue ethics has experienced a major revival in the last 50 years, with sophisticated defences of Aristotelian approaches. Philippa Foot and others argued that modern ethics lost something important by focusing exclusively on actions and rules. Morality is not just about what we do, but who we are. Character and virtue are not secondary, but central to ethical life. We need an ethics that addresses how to live, not just what to do in specific situations. Aristotle provides that modern theories do not. Alasdair MacIntyre argued that modern ethics failed precisely because it abandoned virtue and teleology. Without a conception of human flourishing, without understanding humans as having a telos, moral discourse becomes emotivism, just expressions of preference with no rational grounding. We need to recover Aristotelian ethics, updated for modernity but retaining its focus on virtues, practices, and the good life. This sparked neo-Aristotelian virtue ethics that remains influential. Rosalind Hursthouse and others defend virtue ethics against the charge of vagueness. Yes, virtue ethics does not provide decision procedures, but that is a feature, not a bug. Morality is too complex for simple rules or formulas. We need good judgment, shaped by experience and character, not algorithmic decision-making. Virtue ethics trains that judgment, teaching people to see situations rightly and respond appropriately. That is more realistic and more valuable than impossible decision procedures that pretend moral certainty where none exists. The charge of egoism has also been answered. Julia Annas and others point out that Aristotelian eudaimonia is not selfish pleasure, but virtuous activity. Virtuous activity essentially includes concern for others. Justice requires giving others their due. Friendship requires genuinely caring about friends for their own sake. Your own flourishing and others' flourishing are not opposed, but interconnected. Being just and generous is constitutive of your flourishing, not instrumental to it. So there is no tension between self-interest properly understood and morality. The elitism charge is serious, but has nuanced responses. Yes, Aristotle's specific views about women and slaves are indefensible. But the core of virtue ethics, that flourishing, requires developing excellent character through good upbringing. This seems true. The mistake was thinking some people cannot develop virtue, not that virtue is central to ethics. Neo-Aristotelian virtue ethics rejects Aristotle's sexism and elitism while keeping his insights about character and flourishing. Martha Nussbaum has developed a capabilities approach based on Aristotelian eudaimonism, but insisting on universal human dignity and equal capacity for flourishing. The function argument remains controversial. Some philosophers like Foote argue we do not need natural teleology. We can ground virtue in facts about human needs and vulnerabilities. Humans need courage to face dangers, temperance to avoid destructive pleasures, justice to cooperate. These are natural facts, not metaphysical purposes, but they still ground virtues objectively. Others, like MacIntyre, think we do need something like Aristotelian teleology, a conception of human nature as directed toward ends. The debate continues. Perhaps the deepest vindication of Aristotelian ethics is its psychological realism. Modern moral psychology increasingly confirms Aristotelian insights. Character does matter, Virtues are stable dispositions developed through habituation. Moral development does require practice, not just understanding rules. Emotions are educable and essential to morality, not obstacles to overcome. Practical wisdom does require experience and cannot be reduced to rule-following. Aristotle's ethics is phenomenologically accurate to how moral life actually works, whatever its metaphysical foundations. Contemporary virtue ethics takes many forms, some more Aristotelian than others. Care ethics emphasizes relationships and responsiveness, building on Aristotelian friendship. Agent-based ethics focuses on virtuous agents as fundamental, deriving right action from what virtuous agents would do. Pluralistic virtue ethics combines virtue with rules and consequences, each playing different roles. All draw on Aristotle while adapting his framework to contemporary concerns. His ethics remains a living tradition, not historical artifact. So, Aristotelian ethics represents a comprehensive vision of moral life centered on character, virtue, and flourishing. It faces serious challenges about elitism, vagueness, and foundations. But it captures dimensions of morality that modern ethics often neglects: the importance of character development, the role of emotions and judgment, the centrality of human flourishing. Whether as complete ethical theory or important perspective within pluralistic ethics, Aristotelian virtue ethics remains indispensable for understanding moral life. Part 10. Political Philosophy and the Science of Community. Aristotle's Politics begins with a claim that sounds strange to modern ears. Humans are by nature political animals. We are not self-sufficient individuals who could live alone, but social beings who naturally form communities. The polis, the city-state, is not an artificial construct or necessary evil, but the natural fulfillment of human nature. Living in political community is what allows humans to achieve eudaimonia. His argument builds systematically from smaller to larger associations. Humans first form households for reproduction and daily needs. Households combine into villages for mutual aid beyond the family. Villages combine into city-states for complete self-sufficiency. The polis is the final and complete community, existing not just for life, but for the good life. It is naturally prior to household and individual, because the whole is prior to the parts. Only in the complete community can humans fully flourish. This makes politics not separate from ethics, but continuous with it. Ethics studies individual virtue and flourishing. Politics studies how communities enable or hinder that flourishing. The polis exists for the sake of eudaimonia, to allow citizens to live virtuously. Good political arrangements promote virtue. Bad arrangements corrupt it. So, politics is the architectonic science, the master discipline that organizes all others toward human flourishing. Political philosophy and ethical philosophy are two aspects of one practical science. Aristotle analyzed different types of political constitution systematically. He collected and studied 158 constitutions of Greek city-states, though only the Constitution of Athens survives. From this empirical research, he identified 3 basic forms of government. Rule by one person is monarchy if good, tyranny if corrupt. Rule by few is aristocracy if good, oligarchy if corrupt. Rule by many is polity if good, democracy if corrupt. The distinction between good and corrupt forms depends on whether rulers govern for the common good or their private advantage. His preferred constitution was polity, a mixed form combining elements of democracy and oligarchy. Pure democracy gives power to the poor majority, who will use it to plunder the rich. Pure oligarchy gives power to the wealthy minority, who will exploit the poor. Polity balances these interests, requiring a large middle class that moderates extremes. It combines democratic and oligarchic principles, some offices filled by election and wealth requirements, others by lot available to all citizens. This mixed constitution is most stable and just. But Aristotle's ideal constitution is aristocracy, rule by the virtuous. If you could identify the genuinely virtuous and wise, they should rule for the common good. But this requires virtuous rulers, educated citizens, and favourable circumstances. It is rarely achievable. Polity is the best practical constitution for most cities because it requires only a moderate middle class and reasonable citizens, not rare virtue. Ideal theory and realistic theory come apart. Aristotle knew real politics requires compromise. He distinguished types of justice relevant to politics. Distributive justice concerns how political goods, offices, honours, wealth should be distributed among citizens. Different constitutions embody different principles. Democracy distributes according to free birth, everyone equal. Oligarchy distributes according to wealth. More wealth means more power. Aristocracy distributes according to virtue. More virtue means more authority. Aristotle thought aristocracy was correct because political good should go to those who contribute most to the policy's purpose, which is virtue and the good life. But he recognized other principles have some validity too. Citizens, in the proper sense, are those who participate in deliberation and judgment. Not everyone in the city is a citizen. Women, children, slaves, and resident foreigners are excluded. Only adult free males with leisure for politics are citizens. This seems obviously wrong by modern standards, but Aristotle thought citizenship requires virtue and practical wisdom that only some possess. Democracy errs by giving citizenship to everyone regardless of capacity. The best city limits citizenship to those capable of excellent political judgment. He defended slavery as natural, a claim that is morally abhorrent. Aristotle argued that some people are natural slaves, lacking the rational capacity for full self-governance. They benefit from being ruled by those with superior reason, just as body is ruled by soul. Slavery is mutually beneficial when natural slaves are matched with natural masters. But he admitted that actual slavery often fails to match natural slavery. Many enslaved people have full rational capacity and are unjustly enslaved. His defense of slavery as an institution based on supposed natural inequality is indefensible, one of his greatest moral failures. His views on women were similarly problematic. He thought women had deliberative capacity, but without authority, whatever that means. Women should be ruled by men in the household, excluded from politics and confined to domestic roles. He grounded this in biological claims that women are defective or incomplete versions of men. This biological essentialism about gender is both empirically false and morally wrong, yet it influenced Western thought for millennia. Aristotle discussed education extensively as essential to good politics. The city must educate citizens in virtue, not leave it to private choice. Education should include physical training, music, literature and philosophy, training both body and soul. The goal is producing virtuous citizens capable of ruling and being ruled. Private education allows wealthy families to educate for private advantage rather than public good. Public education ensures all citizens share common values and virtues, creating unity in the polis. He also analyzed the causes of political instability and revolution. Constitutions fall when the distribution of power does not match the distribution of power in society. If the wealthy dominate, but the poor are many and feel unjustly excluded, revolution threatens. If the poor dominate and exploit the wealthy will revolt. Stability requires balancing interests, preventing any faction from dominating completely, and ensuring citizens feel the distribution is just. The middle class stabilizes because they have something to lose, but are not so wealthy as to provoke envy. Now, the modern critiques are severe and fundamental. First, the exclusion of women, slaves and foreigners from citizenship is morally indefensible. Modern political philosophy insists on universal human rights and equal political standing. Everyone has equal dignity and equal right to participate in self-governance. Aristotle's political philosophy was built for a small elite and justified excluding most people from political life. This is not a minor defect, but undermines the entire system. Second, the polis-centered politics is obsolete. We live in large nation-states or global systems, not small city-states where citizens know each other. Aristotle thought politics requires face-to-face deliberation among citizens who share culture and values. This is impossible in modern, diverse mass societies. His political philosophy seems inapplicable to contemporary conditions, designed for a world that no longer exists. Third, Aristotle's politics is perfectionist, enforcing a particular conception of the good life. He thought the state should promote virtue and educate citizens in excellent character. But modern liberalism insists on neutrality among conceptions of the good. The state should not favour any particular way of life, but protect individual liberty to pursue happiness as each person defines it. Aristotelian perfectionism seems incompatible with pluralism and individual rights, imposing virtue instead of respecting autonomy. Fourth, his empirical method in politics seems unscientific. He collected constitutions and classified them, but he did not test causal hypotheses systematically or use quantitative methods. Modern political science uses statistical analysis, formal models, and experimental methods. Aristotelian political science looks like pre-scientific classification and philosophical speculation rather than genuine social science. But there has been significant revival of Aristotelian political philosophy in recent decades. Communitarians like MacIntyre and Charles Taylor argue that liberalism's emphasis on individual rights and neutrality impoverishes political life. Politics should be about collective self-determination and shared pursuit of the good life, not just protecting rights. We need to recover Aristotelian concern with virtue, community, and the political good. Modern liberalism produces atomized individuals and thin political culture. We need richer communal politics grounded in shared values and purposes. Alasdair MacIntyre's After Virtue explicitly calls for recovering Aristotelian political community. Modern politics is reduced to bureaucratic management and interest group bargaining. We have lost the classical understanding of politics as shared deliberation about the common good. Liberal individualism makes genuine political community impossible. We need small-scale communities where virtue can be practiced and common goods pursued, something like the polis adapted to modern conditions. Martha Nussbaum has developed a liberal Aristotelian political philosophy that combines Aristotelian eudaimonism with universal human rights. She argues for central human capabilities that all political systems should protect and promote. These capabilities, like health, education, political participation, emotional development, include what Aristotle identified as components of eudaimonia. But unlike Aristotle, she insists these capabilities belong to all humans equally regardless of gender, class or status. This creates an Aristotelian politics without Aristotle's elitism and exclusions. The capabilities approach has influenced international development and human rights. Instead of focusing only on economic growth or preferences, it asks what capabilities people actually have to live flourishing lives. Do they have access to education, healthcare, political participation, meaningful work? This is recognizably Aristotelian, measuring social success by human flourishing rather than wealth or utility. Amartya Sen and others developed this into a major framework for development economics and policy evaluation. Aristotle's emphasis on the middle class as stabilizing has found empirical support. Political scientists find that societies with large middle classes are more stable and democratic. Extreme inequality produces instability, as Aristotle predicted. His analysis of revolution and constitutional change, while not quantitative, identified real patterns. Modern political science confirms many of his observations, even while using different methods. His critique of unlimited democracy also finds echoes in contemporary political theory. Pure majority rule can oppress minorities and make unwise decisions. Constitutional constraints, separation of powers, and protection of rights address these concerns. Modern constitutionalism is a kind of mixed regime, combining democratic elements with institutional checks, not unlike Aristotelian polity. The insight that simple democracy needs tempering remains relevant. The perfectionist liberal debate remains unresolved. Perfectionists argue that liberal neutrality is impossible and undesirable. States inevitably promote some conceptions of the good through law and policy. Better to do so explicitly and wisely than pretend neutrality. Liberals respond that state enforcement of virtue threatens freedom and pluralism. In diverse societies, people disagree about the good life, so the state should remain neutral and protect rights. Both sides can claim some Aristotelian inspiration, showing the complexity of his legacy. One interesting contemporary application is local politics and participatory democracy. While Aristotle's polis seems inapplicable to nation-states, it might inspire local community politics. Participatory budgeting, neighborhood councils, deliberative democracy experiments, these try to create face-to-face political deliberation about common goods. This is more Aristotelian than national representative democracy. Perhaps modern politics needs multiple scales, local communities for participatory politics, national and global institutions for coordination and rights protection. So Aristotelian political philosophy combines deep insights with serious limitations. His exclusions and prejudices are morally unacceptable and cannot be rationalized. His political science is pre-modern and methodologically limited. But his core insights remain powerful. Politics is about the common good, not just individual interests. Virtue and character matter in political life. Education is essential to good politics. Extreme inequality threatens stability. Simple majority rule needs tempering. Modern political philosophy must reject his exclusions while learning from his insights, a selective retrieval that remains challenging but worthwhile. Part 11. Rhetoric, Persuasion and Communication. Aristotle's Rhetoric is one of his most practically influential works, still studied in law schools, business programs and communication departments. But it is also philosophically sophisticated, analyzing how persuasion works and what makes it legitimate or illegitimate. Aristotle took rhetoric seriously as an art and a systematic discipline when many philosophers dismissed it as mere manipulation or sophistry. He defined rhetoric as the art of discovering the available means of persuasion in any given situation. This is deliberately broad. Rhetoric is not just public speaking, but any form of communication aimed at persuasion. It includes legal arguments, political speeches, ceremonial orations, but also written arguments, advertisements, any attempt to change minds through language. Rhetoric is universal to human communication. Aristotle identified three modes of persuasion: ethos, pathos, and logos. Ethos is persuasion through character, the speaker's credibility and moral authority. People believe speakers they trust, who seem knowledgeable and virtuous. Establishing ethos requires demonstrating expertise, goodwill, and virtue. Pathos is persuasion through emotion, putting the audience in the right emotional state. People make different decisions when angry, fearful, or confident. Logos is persuasion through logical argument, providing reasons and evidence. Rational persuasion appeals to the audience's reason through valid reasoning and probable claims. All three modes are necessary for effective persuasion. Logos alone is insufficient because people are not purely rational. Emotions affect judgment and motivation. Pathos alone is manipulation, arousing emotions without rational justification. Ethos alone is authority without substance. The skilled rhetor combines all three, establishing credibility, making sound arguments, and engaging the audience emotionally. This trinity of persuasive modes remains the foundation of rhetorical theory. Aristotle distinguished three types of rhetoric corresponding to three types of situation. Forensic rhetoric is used in legal settings to establish facts about the past, arguing what happened and whether it was just or unjust. Deliberative rhetoric is used in political settings to argue about future action, what should be done, and whether it is advantageous or harmful. Epideictic rhetoric is ceremonial, praising or blaming to establish shared values and reinforce community. Each type has different goals, appeals to different values, and uses different arguments. Understanding the situation determines rhetorical strategy. He analyzed emotions systematically as crucial to persuasion. Anger is pain at perceived slight or injustice. To arouse anger, show that the audience has been wronged and that someone is responsible. To calm anger, show the wrong was unintentional or justified. Fear is pain at anticipated evil. To create fear, make dangers seem probable and near. To dispel fear, make dangers seem distant or unlikely. Confidence is expectation of safety. Pity is pain at undeserved suffering. Indignation is pain at undeserved good fortune. Each emotion has characteristic objects, causes, and manifestations. Understanding emotional psychology enables ethical persuasion through pathos. Aristotle distinguished rhetoric from dialectic, though they are related. Dialectic is philosophical argumentation aimed at truth through rigorous logical analysis. It uses demonstrative proofs starting from necessary premises. Rhetoric is practical argumentation aimed at persuasion in public contexts. It uses probable arguments starting from common opinions. Dialectic pursues certainty. Rhetoric achieves reasonable conviction. Both are valuable, but they serve different purposes and use different standards. He identified the enthymeme as the rhetorical equivalent of logical syllogism. An enthymeme is an argument with unstated premises that the audience supplies. He is breathing heavily, so he must have been running. Leaves unstated the premise that running causes heavy breathing. Audiences fill in obvious premises automatically, making arguments more engaging and persuasive. Enthymemes work through audience participation, making persuasion collaborative rather than imposed. This is psychologically astute. People accept conclusions they help construct more readily than ones merely stated. He also discussed example, using particular cases to establish general claims. Lawyers use precedents. This case is like that one which was decided thus, so decide similarly here. Politicians use historical examples. This policy worked before in similar circumstances, so it will work again. Examples are not logically conclusive, but can be persuasive when chosen well. Effective examples are familiar, relevant, and numerous enough to establish a pattern. Single examples are weak, multiple aligned examples are strong. Aristotle analyzed style, how to express ideas effectively. Clarity is essential. If the audience does not understand, persuasion fails. But style should also be appropriate to the subject and audience. Legal arguments require precise technical language. Political speeches benefit from vivid imagery and emotional appeal. Metaphor is especially powerful, expressing ideas through comparison that makes them vivid and memorable. Good metaphors reveal similarities that illuminate without obscuring. Bad metaphors confuse or seem forced. He discussed arrangement, how to structure persuasive discourse. Speeches should have clear parts. Introduction to capture attention and establish credibility. Narration to present facts. Proof to argue the case, and conclusion to summarize and move the audience. Each part has specific functions and appropriate techniques. The introduction might begin with a striking statement or story. The conclusion might use emotional appeals held back earlier. Structure guides the audience through the argument, building to persuasive effect. Now, the ethical questions rhetoric raises are profound. Plato attacked rhetoric as mere manipulation, teaching people to make the weaker argument appear stronger. Rhetoric could be used to deceive, to persuade people of falsehoods, to serve injustice. Should philosophers study and teach such a dangerous art? Aristotle's response was that rhetoric itself is neutral, a tool that can be used well or badly. The solution is not to abandon rhetoric, but to understand it so it can be used ethically and defended against when misused. But this response seems inadequate to some critics. If rhetoric can make the worse appear the better, if it can persuade regardless of truth, then teaching it is teaching manipulation. Aristotle tried to connect rhetoric to truth by saying it aims at the persuasive, which corresponds to the probable. But the probable is not necessarily the true. Skilled rhetors can make improbable claims seem probable through strategic argumentation. The connection between rhetoric and truth is too weak to guarantee ethical use. Modern propaganda and advertising demonstrate rhetoric's dark potential. Everything Aristotle taught about ethos, pathos, and logos can be weaponized for manipulation. Establish false credibility, arouse emotions to override reason, use fallacious arguments that seem logical. Aristotelian rhetoric becomes a toolkit for deception. Does teaching rhetoric make this worse by systematizing manipulation techniques? Or does understanding rhetoric help people resist manipulation by recognizing these techniques? Contemporary rhetorical theory remains divided on these questions. Some scholars emphasize rhetoric's positive role in democracy and deliberation. Good rhetoric enables citizens to participate effectively in public discourse, to advocate for causes, to deliberate collectively about common goods. Without rhetorical skill, marginalized voices cannot be heard. Rhetoric democratizes persuasion, allowing anyone to make compelling arguments regardless of formal authority. This is essential to democratic politics. Others emphasize the dangers of rhetorical manipulation in mass media and digital communication. Social media enables unprecedented rhetorical sophistication combined with unprecedented reach. Micro-targeting allows tailored emotional appeals to specific audiences. Deepfakes and misinformation exploit rhetorical principles for malicious purposes. The rhetorical tools Aristotle systematized are now weaponized at industrial scale. We need critical rhetoric that exposes manipulation, not just skilled rhetoric that enables it. The relationship between rhetoric and truth remains contested. Some philosophers argue that rhetoric and philosophy are fundamentally opposed. Philosophy seeks truth through logical rigor. Rhetoric seeks persuasion through probable arguments and emotional appeals. These are different enterprises with different standards. Rhetoric belongs to practical life where certainty is unavailable, philosophy to theoretical inquiry where truth is paramount. Confusing them corrupts both. Others argue that the opposition is overstated. All communication is rhetorical to some degree, even philosophical argument. Philosophers choose examples strategically, structure arguments for persuasive effect, and use style to engage readers. The difference is degree, not kind. Moreover, in practical deliberation where philosophy must engage, rhetoric is indispensable. Political philosophy that cannot persuade actual citizens fails its purpose. Rhetoric is not the enemy of philosophy, but its necessary partner in public life. There is also the question of whether Aristotelian rhetoric remains adequate for modern communication. Aristotle analyzed face-to-face oratory in small communities. Modern communication is mediated, mass and global. Does his framework apply to television, internet, social media? Some scholars argue the basic principles remain valid. Ethos, pathos and logos still operate in all persuasive communication. Others argue new media require new rhetorical theories that Aristotle could not anticipate. Feminist rhetoric has critiqued Aristotelian rhetoric as gendered. Aristotle's rhetorical norms privileged traditionally masculine styles, assertive, logical, competitive. Alternative styles, collaborative, narrative, relational, are devalued or excluded. Rhetoric should recognize multiple legitimate styles rather than imposing one masculine norm. This critique extends to Aristotle's entire system, built for elite male citizens arguing in public forums. It may not serve marginalized groups whose communicative practices differ. But defenders argue Aristotle's framework is adaptable. The three modes of persuasion are formal principles compatible with any content or style. You can establish ethos through collaboration, use pathos through narrative, employ logos through non-linear reasoning. Aristotelian rhetoric describes persuasion at a level of abstraction that transcends particular cultural norms. The specific applications change, but the basic framework remains valid. This is why it has endured across vast cultural differences and historical periods. Contemporary applications of Aristotelian rhetoric are everywhere. Legal education teaches lawyers to construct persuasive arguments using logos, establish credibility with judges and juries, and appeal to appropriate emotions like sympathy or indignation. Business schools teach rhetorical principles for presentations, negotiations, and leadership communication. Communication studies analyze political discourse, advertising, and social media through rhetorical frameworks. Medical education increasingly recognizes that doctor-patient communication is rhetorical, requiring ethos, explaining through logos, and managing emotions through pathos. Public health campaigns use Aristotelian principles explicitly. To persuade people to change behavior, establish credibility through trusted messengers, provide logical reasons supported by evidence, and use emotional appeals like fear or hope appropriately. Anti-smoking campaigns that combined these elements succeeded where purely informational approaches failed. Vaccination advocacy requires ethos from medical authorities, logos about efficacy and safety, and pathos about protecting loved ones. Aristotelian rhetoric remains the most effective framework for designing persuasive communication. So Aristotle's rhetoric is both morally ambiguous and practically indispensable. It systematizes persuasion in ways that enable both democratic deliberation and manipulative propaganda. The art itself is neutral. Its ethical character depends on use. But that neutrality is precisely what troubles critics who think persuasion techniques should not be divorced from truth. Whatever the ethical verdict, Aristotelian rhetoric remains the foundation of persuasive communication across law, politics, business, and public life. Understanding rhetoric is understanding how humans actually persuade each other, for good or ill. Part 12. Poetics, Tragedy, and the Nature of Art. Aristotle's Poetics is a short work, probably incomplete, that became one of the most influential texts in literary theory and aesthetics. For centuries it defined how tragedy should be written, how poetry should be evaluated, and what art is supposed to accomplish. Yet it is also puzzling, and has generated wildly divergent interpretations, from neoclassical rules to psychoanalytic theories to contemporary narrative theory. He defined poetry as mimesis, imitation, or representation of action. This seems simple, but is actually quite complex. Poetry does not copy reality photographically, but represents it in ways that reveal patterns, possibilities, and meanings. The poet does not record what happened, but creates what might happen according to probability or necessity. This makes poetry more philosophical than history, Aristotle surprisingly claimed. History tells what Alcibiades did. Poetry shows what a person like Alcibiades would do given certain circumstances. Poetry deals with universals, while history deals with particulars, making poetry closer to philosophy's concern with general truths. He distinguished types of poetry by object, medium, and manner of imitation. Epic poetry imitates serious action through narrative in verse. Tragedy imitates serious action through dramatic enactment on stage. Comedy imitates inferior action through dramatic mockery. These are different arts with different techniques and different effects, though all involve mimesis. The most important is tragedy, which Aristotle analyzed in detail. His definition of tragedy is famous and densely packed. Tragedy is imitation of an action that is serious, complete, and of a certain magnitude, through language enriched with artistic effects in dramatic rather than narrative form, through pity and fear accomplishing catharsis of such emotions. Let's unpack this carefully because each element is significant. The action must be serious, dealing with important human concerns like death, justice, loyalty, suffering. Tragedy is not about trivial matters, but fundamental questions of how to live and what matters. It must be complete, having beginning, middle, and end that form a whole. The action should follow logically from beginning to end, with each part necessary to the whole. It should have appropriate magnitude, long enough to be complex, but short enough to be grasped as a unity. A tragedy too short is trivial. Too long loses coherence. The language should be enriched through rhythm, melody, and spectacle. Tragedy is poetry, using verse and song to elevate language beyond ordinary speech. The dramatic form means actors embody characters on stage, making the action immediate and vivid. This is more powerful than mere narration because we see and hear events unfold before us. The function of tragedy is to arouse pity and fear and accomplish catharsis of these emotions. What does catharsis mean? This is one of the most debated questions in literary theory. The Greek word catharsis can mean purification, purgation, or clarification. Does tragedy purge emotions like a medicine purges illness, leaving us emotionally cleansed? Does it purify emotions by directing them toward appropriate objects? Does it clarify our emotional responses by giving them structure and meaning? Aristotle never explained clearly, and scholars have argued for centuries. He identified the elements of tragedy in order of importance. Plot is most important, the structure of events that constitutes the action. Character is second, the moral qualities of the agents. Thought is third, the reasoning and arguments characters make. Diction is fourth, the quality of language used. Melody is fifth, the music that accompanies the performance. Spectacle is sixth and least important, the visual effects of staging. This ranking is controversial, but reveals Aristotle's priorities: structure over character, what happens over who it happens to. The ideal tragic plot has several specific features. It should involve reversal, where the action turns in unexpected directions. It should include recognition, where a character discovers crucial information previously unknown. The best tragedies combine reversal and recognition in a single moment. The plot should be complex rather than simple, involving surprising turns that are nevertheless probable or necessary given what came before. Aristotle praised Sophocles' Oedipus Rex as the best example, where Oedipus's investigation leads to the horrifying discovery of his own guilt. The tragic hero should be neither completely virtuous nor completely vicious. If a perfectly good person suffers, we feel outrage, not pity. If a completely wicked person suffers, we feel satisfaction, not fear. The tragic hero should be better than average, but flawed, so their downfall evokes both pity for undeserved suffering and fear that it could happen to us. They should fall through hamartia, a term meaning error or flaw. Whether hamartia is a moral defect or merely a mistake is debated, but it should make the downfall intelligible without being deserved. Aristotle famously described the three dramatic unities that dominated neoclassical theatre. Actually, he only mentioned two explicitly: unity of action and implicit unity of time. Unity of action means the plot should be one action, complete and whole, not episodic or fragmented. Unity of time, implied rather than stated, suggests tragedy should take place in roughly one day. Later, theorists added unity of place, that all action should occur in one location. But this third unity is not in Aristotle. It was extrapolated by Renaissance critics who turned Aristotle's observations into rigid rules. He compared tragedy to epic poetry, finding both similarities and differences. Epic also imitates serious action, but through narrative rather than drama, and at greater length. Epic can cover years and multiple locations. Tragedy is more concentrated. Epic uses verse throughout. Tragedy mixes verse and song. Aristotle thought tragedy superior because it achieves its effect more powerfully through dramatic immediacy. But epic has its own virtues, especially scope and complexity. His brief comments on comedy are tantalizing because the section on comedy was apparently lost. He said comedy imitates inferior people, but without pain or destruction, showing the ridiculous. We know he wrote a second book of the Poetics on comedy that did not survive. What did it say? We can only speculate, but likely it analysed comic structure and effects analogously to his analysis of tragedy. The loss is tragic in its own right, depriving us of Aristotle's systematic account of humour. Now the critiques and debates. First is Aristotle's formalism, his emphasis on plot structure over character and theme, too limiting. Modern criticism often focuses on character psychology, thematic meaning, and social context. Aristotle's technical analysis of plot mechanics seems narrow. His ranking of plot above character is controversial. Many argue great drama depends on memorable characters more than clever plotting. Shakespeare's characters are more important than his plots, which are often borrowed. Second, the three unities became rigid rules that constrained theatre for centuries. French neoclassical drama enforced them strictly, producing artificial and lifeless plays. Shakespeare ignored the unities and created masterpieces. The Romantic movement rejected neoclassical rules explicitly. Aristotle's descriptive observations became prescriptive rules that limited rather than illuminated drama. This is not Aristotle's fault, but shows the danger of converting analysis into dogma. Third, catharsis remains deeply unclear. Does experiencing pity and fear in theatre actually purge these emotions? Psychological research does not clearly support this. Watching violence does not necessarily reduce violent impulses. Often it desensitizes or stimulates them. If catharsis does not work as emotional purgation, what does it mean? The alternative interpretations, clarification or education of emotions, are plausible, but not clearly what Aristotle intended. Fourth, Aristotle's mimetic theory is questioned. Is art really imitation or representation of reality? Abstract art does not represent anything. Music is not mimetic. Architecture creates rather than imitates. Even representational art is not mere copying, but creative interpretation. Mimesis may work for drama and narrative, but seems too narrow for a general theory of art. Aristotle was analyzing specific art forms. Generalizing from them may be illegitimate. Fifth, his focus on formal structure ignores social and political dimensions of art. Marxist critics argue art must be understood in its social context, serving class interests and reflecting material conditions. Feminist critics analyze gender representations and power dynamics. Post-colonial critics examine how art reinforces or resists imperial domination. Aristotelian formalism, focusing on plot and structure, misses these crucial dimensions. Art is not autonomous formal objects, but social practices embedded in power relations. But Aristotle's Poetics has been vigorously defended and creatively reinterpreted. Narratologists argue that his structural analysis anticipated modern narrative theory. Vladimir Prop's analysis of folktale structure, Claude Lévi-Strauss's structural anthropology, and contemporary cognitive narratology all build on Aristotelian foundations. Plot structure is not superficial, but reveals deep patterns in how humans create and understand stories. Cognitive approaches to literature find Aristotle prescient about emotional responses to fiction. We do experience real emotions for fictional characters. We pity Oedipus, fear Medea, laugh at comic characters. Fiction engages our emotional systems as if events were real, even though we know they are not. Aristotle recognized this and built his theory around it. Whether catharsis purges or educates emotions, the basic insight that fiction has emotional power that matters is validated. Martha Nussbaum has argued that tragic engagement is morally valuable. Experiencing tragic conflicts teaches practical wisdom by showing how good people face genuine dilemmas. We learn about moral complexity, the limits of control, the role of luck in human life. Tragedy cultivates emotional capacities essential to ethics, especially pity and fear, which involve recognizing shared vulnerability. This is clarification catharsis. Tragedy educates emotions by giving them appropriate objects and contexts. Aristotle's theory of tragedy is thus connected to his ethics, both concerned with developing excellent human capacities. The emphasis on plot is defended as psychologically realistic. When we recount plays or films, we summarize the plot, what happened and why. Characters matter, but primarily through their actions and choices. Aristotle recognized that narrative is fundamentally about structured sequences of events. Character development, thematic exploration, these work through plot, through things happening in patterns that reveal meaning. Plot is not superficial, but the basic structure of narrative understanding. Contemporary screenwriting uses Aristotelian principles explicitly. The three-act structure that dominates film and television is recognizably Aristotelian, beginning, middle, and end. Screenwriting manuals teach plot structure, character arcs, reversal and recognition, conflict and resolution. These are Aristotelian concepts adapted for modern media. Hollywood blockbusters and prestige television both follow Aristotelian narrative principles, showing their continued practical validity. Video game narrative design increasingly uses Aristotelian frameworks. Interactive narratives require understanding plot structure, so player choices can create coherent stories. Games use recognition and reversal, build to climactic confrontations, create emotionally satisfying resolutions. The medium is new, but the narrative principles are ancient. Aristotle's analysis of how stories work transfers across media because it addresses fundamental features of human narrative cognition. There is also renewed interest in Aristotelian aesthetics more broadly. His idea that art serves human flourishing, that aesthetic experience is valuable for developing emotional and cognitive capacities, opposes both art for art's sake aestheticism and crude instrumentalism. Art is not autonomous from life, but serves human goods, yet its value is not reducible to moral instruction or political utility. This balance is attractive to contemporary aestheticians seeking alternatives to pure formalism and pure instrumentalism. So, Aristotle's Poetics represents both historical influence and continuing relevance. It defined tragedy for Western theatre, shaped literary criticism for centuries, and provided concepts that remain indispensable. Its limitations are real: the lost material on comedy, the unclear catharsis concept, the narrow focus on tragedy and epic, the conversion into rigid rules. But its insights into narrative structure, emotional engagement, and the relationship between art and human understanding remain valuable. Whether as historical foundation or living theory, Aristotelian Poetics continues to shape how we create and analyze stories. Part 13. Aristotle's legacy and his influence through history. To understand Aristotle's influence is to understand much of intellectual history itself. For nearly 2,000 years, to think philosophically or scientifically meant thinking within or against Aristotelian frameworks. His ideas shaped Islamic philosophy, Christian theology, Jewish thought, medieval universities, Renaissance humanism, and provoked the scientific revolution through their eventual overthrow. No philosopher before or since has so dominated human thought for so long. After Aristotle's death in 322 before the Common Era, his works nearly vanished. His polished dialogues, written for public audiences, were lost entirely. What survived were lecture notes, probably compiled by students, the dense technical treatises we now have. These were preserved at Aristotle's school, the Lyceum, but fell into obscurity after his successors. The library containing them was hidden in a cellar in Asia Minor for nearly 2 centuries to protect them from looters, where they suffered damage from moisture and insects. In the 1st century before the Common Era, a collector named Empirical acquired the manuscripts and brought them to Rome. The Roman general Sulla seized them, and the scholar Andronicus of Rhodes edited them into the corpus we know today. This explains why Aristotle's works are so difficult. They were never meant for publication. They are working notes, elliptical and compressed, assuming familiarity with extensive oral commentary now lost. Early Christian thinkers had mixed relationships with Aristotle. Some early church fathers rejected pagan philosophy entirely as dangerous to faith. Others, like Augustine, were more influenced by Plato than Aristotle. But Boethius in the 6th century translated some of Aristotle's logical works into Latin, making them available to the medieval West. For centuries, Western Europe knew only Aristotle's logic, the categories and on interpretation, not his physics, metaphysics, or ethics. Meanwhile, Aristotle's full corpus was preserved and studied in the Islamic world. Beginning in the 8th century, Arabic scholars translated Aristotle's works from Greek into Arabic. Islamic philosophers Al-Kindi, Al-Farabi, Avicenna, and especially Averroes developed sophisticated Aristotelian philosophies. They commented extensively on Aristotle, reconciled him with Islamic theology, and extended his ideas in original directions. Islamic Aristotelianism became a major intellectual tradition that preserved and developed Aristotle when he was barely known in Europe. Averroes, Ibn Rushd in Arabic, was the greatest Islamic Aristotelian. His detailed commentaries on Aristotle were so authoritative that he became known simply as the commentator. He defended Aristotelian philosophy against theological critics who thought it contradicted religious truth. He argued that philosophy and religion, properly understood, could not conflict because both aimed at truth through different methods. His influence was enormous in both Islamic and later Christian philosophy. Jewish philosophers also engaged deeply with Aristotle. Maimonides, Moses ben Maimon, synthesized Aristotelian philosophy with Jewish theology in his Guide for the Perplexed. He used Aristotelian metaphysics and epistemology to interpret Scripture and understand God. His influence shaped Jewish philosophy for centuries. In the 12th and 13th centuries, Aristotle's works flooded back into Western Europe through translations from Arabic and Greek. This created an intellectual crisis. Here was comprehensive, systematic philosophy on every topic: physics, metaphysics, psychology, ethics, politics, poetry, all grounded in reason and observation. But some Aristotelian doctrines seem to contradict Christian faith. Aristotle argued that the world is eternal, not created. He suggested the soul might not be individually immortal. He seemed to make reason autonomous from revelation. The Church initially banned Aristotle's natural philosophy in 1210 and 1215. Teaching Aristotle's physics and metaphysics was forbidden at the University of Paris. But the ban could not hold because Aristotle was too valuable intellectually. Scholastic philosophers worked to reconcile Aristotle with Christianity, showing how his philosophy could support rather than threaten faith. Thomas Aquinas achieved the greatest synthesis of Aristotle and Christianity. In his Summa Theologica and other works, Aquinas used Aristotelian philosophy as the framework for systematic theology. He adopted Aristotelian metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics, but modified them to fit Christian doctrine. God became the unmoved mover, but also a personal creator who cares about humans. The soul is the form of the body, as Aristotle said, but God can preserve it after death. Natural reason can discover much truth, but revelation is needed for salvation. Aquinas' synthesis became Catholic orthodoxy, making Aristotle the official philosopher of the Church. This is extraordinary when you think about it. A pagan Greek who denied creation and doubted immortality became the intellectual foundation of Christianity. But it shows Aristotle's power. His system was so comprehensive and rigorous that it provided the best available framework for systematic theology. Even today, Catholic philosophy is largely Thomistic, which means largely Aristotelian. Medieval universities were thoroughly Aristotelian. The curriculum was organized around Aristotle's works. Students studied his logic, physics, psychology, ethics, and metaphysics. Commentaries on Aristotle multiplied. Every philosopher felt obligated to engage with his arguments. Being a philosopher meant being an Aristotelian. The question was which interpretation of Aristotle was correct. This dominance lasted for centuries, shaping how generations of thinkers learned to think. But Aristotelian dominance eventually provoked rebellion. Renaissance humanists criticize scholastic Aristotelianism as rigid and sterile, preferring the elegance of Plato and classical literature. The Protestant Reformation questioned whether pagan philosophy should dominate Christian thought, and most importantly, the scientific revolution directly attacked Aristotelian physics and cosmology. Copernicus's heliocentric system contradicted Aristotelian cosmology by making the Earth move. Galileo's physics of motion demolished Aristotelian dynamics. Kepler discovered that planetary orbits were elliptical, not circular, violating Aristotelian perfection of the heavens. Harvey's discovery of blood circulation contradicted Aristotelian physiology. Bacon attacked Aristotelian method as sterile deduction rather than experimental investigation. Descartes proposed replacing Aristotelian forms with mechanical explanations. By the end of the 17th century, Aristotelian science was dead. Newton's Principia provided a new physics that made Aristotelian physics obsolete. The mechanical philosophy explained nature through matter in motion, governed by mathematical laws, not forms and purposes. Empiricism and experimental method replaced Aristotelian observation and logical deduction. The scientific revolution was explicitly anti-Aristotelian, defining itself through rejecting his system. The Enlightenment was thoroughly anti-Aristotelian. Progress required casting off ancient authority and thinking independently. Kant criticized Aristotle's metaphysics as dogmatic. Hume's empiricism rejected Aristotelian causation and substance. Political liberals rejected Aristotelian politics as hierarchical and aristocratic. Rousseau and others developed social contract theory opposed to Aristotelian natural community. For 2 centuries, being modern meant rejecting Aristotle. But Aristotle never completely disappeared. His logic remained fundamental until the 19th century, when Frege and Russell developed new systems. His ethics continued to influence moral philosophy even as new theories emerged. His rhetoric remained the basis of communication training. And his biology, ironically, was more accurate than much that replaced it until Darwin. The 20th century saw remarkable Aristotelian revival. In Germany, Heidegger reinterpreted Aristotle's metaphysics, finding phenomenological insights beneath scholastic distortions. In Britain, analytic philosophers like Anscombe and Geach argued for returning to Aristotelian concepts in ethics and philosophy of mind. MacIntyre's After Virtue sparked revival of virtue ethics. Nussbaum developed Aristotelian political philosophy. Foote, Hursthouse and others created sophisticated neo-Aristotelian ethics. Contemporary philosophy uses Aristotelian ideas across multiple fields. Metaphysics debates return to questions of substance, essence, and causation that Aristotle first articulated. Philosophy of mind explores hylomorphism as alternative to both dualism and reductionism. Ethics embraces virtue theory as complement to deontology and consequentialism. Political philosophy engages communitarian critiques rooted in Aristotelian ideas. Even philosophy of science, reconsidering the role of natural kinds and causal powers, draws on Aristotle. Outside philosophy, Aristotle's influence persists. Biology uses functional explanation that is recognizably Aristotelian. Literary criticism applies his narrative theory. Communication studies teach his rhetoric. Law schools use his ethics and practical reasoning. Business education employs his virtue ethics for leadership training. Psychotherapy uses his insights about character and habituation. The humanities and social sciences continuously rediscover Aristotelian concepts under new names. What explains this extraordinary persistence? Part of the answer is comprehensiveness. Aristotle systematically addressed virtually every philosophical question. Anyone thinking philosophically encounters problems he analysed. Part is his integration of empirical and conceptual investigation, refusing to separate observation from theory. Part is his moderation, seeking middle paths rather than extreme positions. And part is his psychological realism. His descriptions of human thinking, feeling and acting ring true, even when his theories fail. But perhaps most important is that Aristotle asked the right questions, even when he gave wrong answers. What is substance? What is causation? How do we know universals? What is good life? How should communities be organized? What makes narratives compelling? These are perennial questions that every generation must address anew. Aristotle's answers may be rejected, but his questions remain indispensable. Philosophy after Aristotle is still responding to problems he identified. His influence is also a cautionary tale. Aristotelian dominance delayed scientific progress by making his errors into dogmas. His defense of slavery and subordination of women legitimized oppression for centuries. His system became so authoritative that contradicting him was heresy rather than scholarship. The lesson is that no thinker, however brilliant, should be treated as infallible authority. Critical engagement rather than slavish adherence is what any philosopher deserves. So Aristotle's legacy is complex and contradictory. He shaped Western thought more than any single philosopher, but also needed to be overthrown for progress. His errors were spectacular, but his insights remain valuable. He is simultaneously foundational and superseded, indispensable and insufficient. Every era must reinterpret Aristotle for itself, finding what remains living in his thought while discarding what is dead. That this remains possible after 23 centuries testifies to the depth and power of his achievement. Part 14. Where the System Breaks, Modern Critiques and Unresolved Problems. We have surveyed Aristotle's philosophy comprehensively, examining his contributions and their ongoing influence. But to truly understand any philosophical system, we must confront where it fails, where it cannot answer questions, where it breaks down under pressure. These failures are not mere historical interest, but reveal fundamental limits of Aristotelian thinking, and perhaps limits of systematic philosophy itself. The most obvious break is between Aristotelian and modern physics. We have discussed this, but its implications deserve emphasis. Aristotle built his entire system on the assumption that nature has purposes, that things have essential natures that determine their behavior, that motion requires continuous movers, that the cosmos is finite and hierarchically organized. Every single one of these assumptions is false. Modern physics describes a universe of matter and energy governed by mathematical laws with no purposes, no essences, no natural places, no cosmic hierarchy. Space is probably infinite, or at least vastly larger than Aristotle imagined. Motion persists without movers through inertia. Quantum mechanics violates Aristotelian assumptions at fundamental levels. Objects lack determinate properties before measurement. Probability is fundamental, not epistemic. This is not just that Aristotle got details wrong, he got the basic structure wrong. His physics was not incomplete, but misconceived from the start. You cannot fix Aristotelian physics by adding corrections, you must replace it entirely. And since physics was foundational to his system, connecting to metaphysics, biology and cosmology, the entire structure is undermined. How can we trust his metaphysics of substance and form when built on false physics? How can we accept his biology when grounded in incorrect cosmology? Some scholars argue this is unfair because Aristotle was doing natural philosophy, not mathematical physics. His project was understanding natures and causes, not predicting phenomena mathematically. But this defense is too weak because Aristotle made empirical claims that turned out false. Heavy things do not fall faster than light things. The heavens are not immutable. The earth is not the centre. These are not methodological differences, but factual errors, and they cascade through his system. The second major break is biology and evolution. Aristotle's biology was remarkably good observationally, but his theoretical framework failed. He thought species were fixed and eternal, each with its own unchanging essence. Darwin showed that species evolve through natural selection. They are not eternal categories, but temporary populations in constant flux. There are no essential natures in biology, just statistical distributions of traits that change over time. What makes something a dog is not an eternal form, but membership in a breeding population with certain genetic characteristics that evolved historically. This demolishes Aristotelian essentialism in biology. If species do not have essences, if biological kinds are not natural but historical, then Aristotle's whole framework of form and essence collapses in this domain. Yes, biologists still use functional explanation, talking about what organs are for. But natural selection explains this without teleology. Organs exist because they were selected for their effects, not because they aim at goals. The appearance of purpose is explained mechanistically. Aristotelian final causes are eliminated or naturalized beyond recognition. The third break is in philosophy of mind and the problem of consciousness. Aristotle tried to explain mind naturalistically as the functioning of living bodies, specifically the form of body organized for life. This is sophisticated and avoids both dualism and crude materialism. But it does not explain consciousness, the subjective feel of experience. Why is there something it is like to perceive, to think, to feel emotion? Functionalist accounts inspired by Aristotle explain what mental states do, their causal roles, but not why performing those roles involves subjective experience. This is the hard problem of consciousness, and Aristotelian hylomorphism does not solve it any more than modern theories do. Saying mind is the form of body organized for life, describes its organization, but not why organization produces subjectivity. Aristotle was not alone in this failure. No one has solved the hard problem. But it shows a deep limitation in his naturalism. Mind is not just functional organization, but involves phenomenal qualities that seem to transcend functional description. Aristotelian categories may be insufficient for explaining consciousness. The fourth break is ethics and moral justification. Aristotelian ethics is grounded in human nature and function. We should live according to what we essentially are. But modern philosophy questions whether any is can imply an ought. Just because humans have certain natures does not automatically mean they should fulfill those natures. Maybe our nature is violent and selfish. Does that make violence and selfishness good? Evolution shaped us for reproduction and survival, not morality or happiness. The is-ought gap, first articulated by Hume, suggests Aristotelian naturalistic ethics commits a fallacy, deriving values from facts illegitimately. Neo-Aristotelians respond that this critique assumes a false dichotomy between facts and values. Human flourishing is not merely descriptive or merely normative, but both. It is an evaluative fact about what genuinely constitutes good human life. But critics reply that this just restates the problem. Why should we value flourishing? If someone rejects human flourishing as a goal, what can Aristotelian ethics say? It seems to assume what it needs to prove, that we should care about living well in the Aristotelian sense. There is also the problem of moral disagreement. Aristotle assumed that virtues and good life are largely the same across all humans because we share a nature. But modern moral psychology and anthropology reveal enormous cultural diversity in values. What counts as virtuous or flourishing varies dramatically across societies. Is courage the same virtue in warrior societies and pacifist societies? Is generosity the same in individualist and collectivist cultures? Aristotelian ethics seems culturally parochial, projecting Greek aristocratic values as universal human nature. Moral relativism or pluralism seems more realistic than Aristotelian moral naturalism. The fifth break is political philosophy and modernity. We discussed this, but it bears repeating because the gap is so vast. Aristotelian politics assumes small homogeneous communities where citizens know each other, share values, and can deliberate face-to-face about common goods. Modern politics involves vast diverse nation-states or global institutions where shared values cannot be assumed. Aristotelian politics is communitarian and perfectionist. The state should promote virtue and the good life. Modern liberalism insists on neutrality and individual rights. The state should not favour particular conceptions of the good. Can Aristotelian political philosophy be adapted to modernity? Some argue yes, scale it down to local communities, or adapt it for democratic deliberation. Others argue no, Modern conditions require fundamentally different political philosophy based on rights, procedures, and institutions rather than virtue and common goods. The diversity and size of modern politics may make Aristotelian approaches simply inapplicable. The sixth break is logic and mathematics. Aristotelian logic is a small fragment of modern logic, adequate for simple syllogisms, but inadequate for mathematics, complex relations, or nested quantifiers. Modern logic is not an improvement of Aristotelian logic, but a replacement built on different foundations. Can Aristotelian logic be extended to handle these cases, or is it inherently limited? Most logicians think the latter. Aristotelian logic is a historical curiosity superseded by superior systems. The seventh break is scientific method. Aristotle pioneered empirical investigation but lacked experimental method, mathematical modelling, and instrumental observation. Modern science succeeded precisely through controlled experiments that isolate variables, mathematical laws that enable prediction, and instruments that extend perception. These are not refinements of Aristotelian method, but new methods that replaced it. Aristotle's emphasis on observation and classification was valuable but insufficient for genuine science. His teleological explanations and search for essences actually hindered science by discouraging mathematical and experimental approaches. There are also internal tensions within Aristotelian philosophy that he never fully resolved. The relationship between particular and universal remains unclear. Are universals real or just abstractions from particulars? The distinction between substance and accident seems clear in simple cases, but breaks down in complex ones. What are the essential versus accidental properties of a person? The priority of actuality over potentiality was challenged by quantum mechanics, where potentiality seems fundamental. The active intellect passage that seems to suggest immortality contradicts his hylomorphism that says soul cannot exist without body. These are not minor inconsistencies, but deep tensions that Aristotle never satisfactorily resolved. His moral psychology also has unresolved problems. He assumed that knowing the good leads to doing the good, that virtue involves both right judgment and right desire. But the phenomenon of akrasia, weakness of will, where people act against their better judgment, seems to contradict this. How can someone know that excessive drinking is bad, but do it anyway? Aristotle's explanation that the person lacks full knowledge in the moment seems ad hoc. Modern psychology recognizes that cognition and motivation are separable. People can judge something wrong, yet be motivated to do it. Aristotelian moral psychology may underestimate the gap between judgment and action. There is also the problem of moral luck that Aristotle never adequately addressed. He recognized that external goods matter for eudaimonia. You need health, friends, resources to flourish fully. But this makes flourishing dependent on luck, factors beyond your control. Someone could be virtuous but suffer misfortune that prevents flourishing. Is that really a failure to achieve the good life? Stoics responded by making virtue sufficient for happiness regardless of external circumstances, but Aristotle rejected this as unrealistic. So is eudaimonia achievable or not? If it depends on luck, how can it be the goal of ethics? His treatment of pleasure and happiness is also problematic. He said eudaimonia is not pleasure, but virtuous activity, yet he also said such activity is pleasant. Does that mean pleasure is constitutive of eudaimonia, or merely accompanies it? If eudaimonia is activity not feeling, why does it matter whether it is pleasant? If it is pleasant by nature, how do we distinguish it from hedonism? Aristotle tried to navigate between hedonism and asceticism, but may have failed to clearly distinguish his view from sophisticated hedonism. There are methodological questions about whether systematic philosophy like Aristotle's is even possible. He tried to create a unified system explaining everything from physics to ethics. But maybe different domains require different methods and different explanatory frameworks. Physics requires mathematics and experimentation. Ethics requires practical wisdom and experience. Aesthetics requires sensitivity to particular works. Trying to unify them under one system may distort each domain. Modern philosophy mostly abandoned systematic philosophy in favour of specialised investigations. Is that progress or loss? Postmodern critics go further, arguing that all systematic philosophy is oppressive. Systems claim universal truth, but actually reflect particular perspectives and power relations. Aristotelian philosophy embeds Greek aristocratic male values and presents them as eternal truths. His metaphysics, ethics and politics all serve to justify existing hierarchies. Deconstructing these systems reveals their contingency and violence. This critique applies not just to Aristotle, but to all philosophy claiming systematic universal truth. Feminist philosophers have shown how Aristotle's exclusion of women was not incidental, but systematic. His biology claimed women were defective men. His politics excluded them from citizenship. His ethics made masculine virtues normative. These are not errors that can be corrected while keeping the system intact. They are built into his basic concepts. Matter is passive and feminine, while form is active and masculine. Body is feminine and inferior, while mind is masculine and superior. These gendered metaphors structure his entire metaphysics and cannot be simply removed. The same analysis applies to his defense of slavery and natural hierarchy. Aristotelian metaphysics is hierarchical: form over matter, actuality over potentiality, rational over irrational, male over female, master over slave, human over animal. These hierarchies are not accidental features, but essential to how the system works. Eliminating them would require rebuilding the entire system from different foundations. Can Aristotelian philosophy be salvaged, or must it be entirely abandoned due to its oppressive foundations? These are the places where Aristotelian philosophy genuinely breaks, where it cannot be defended or repaired. His physics is wrong. His biology lacks evolution. His metaphysics is teleological when nature is not. His ethics presupposes essences that do not exist. His politics is elitist and exclusionary, his logic is insufficient, his method is pre-scientific. Add his moral failures on slavery and women, his internal inconsistencies, and the question becomes, what is left worth preserving? Yet the resurgence of Aristotelian philosophy in recent decades suggests that even with all these failures, something valuable remains. Perhaps it is not the specific doctrines, but the general approach, naturalistic without being reductionist, systematic without being dogmatic, empirical without being positivist. Perhaps it is the questions he asked rather than answers he gave. The problems he identified remain even when solutions fail. Perhaps it is the integration of theory and practice, refusing to separate facts from values or knowledge from action. Or perhaps different parts of his philosophy have different fates. His physics is dead, his metaphysics is contested, his biology is superseded, his logic is limited, his ethics is reviving, his politics needs radical reconstruction, his rhetoric remains valuable, his poetics still illuminates. We can selectively retrieve what remains valid while discarding what fails. This requires judgment about which elements are essential and which accidental to Aristotelian philosophy. But that itself raises a final problem. Without the systematic unity Aristotle claimed, what holds the pieces together? If we take his ethics but reject his metaphysics, his virtue theory but not his essentialism, his functional biology, but not his teleology, do we still have something Aristotelian? Or are we just using Aristotelian vocabulary for fundamentally different ideas? How much can you change a philosophical system before it becomes something else entirely? These questions have no final answers. Every generation must confront Aristotle anew, finding what speaks to their concerns and discarding what does not. His philosophy is neither wholly dead nor wholly alive, neither entirely superseded nor still authoritative. It exists in that peculiar state reserved for major historical thinkers whose influence persists even as their doctrines fail. What we can say with certainty is that Aristotle's philosophy faces challenges it cannot answer within its own terms. Modern physics, evolutionary biology, democratic politics, feminist critique, postmodern skepticism, all these create problems that Aristotelian philosophy cannot solve without fundamental transformation. Whether that transformation preserves something essentially Aristotelian or creates something new using Aristotelian materials remains disputed. Philosophy after Aristotle is still working through these questions, which may be the deepest testimony to his enduring importance. In the end, studying Aristotle teaches us not just about his specific ideas, but about philosophy itself, its possibilities and limits. Aristotle represents systematic philosophy at its most ambitious, attempting to understand everything through unified principles. His partial success and ultimate failure map the boundaries of what systematic philosophy can achieve. We learn as much from where his system breaks as from where it succeeds. That dialectic between success and failure, between what survives and what collapses, between lasting insight and exposed error, that is what makes Aristotle endlessly fascinating and frustratingly unresolved. 23 centuries later, we are still arguing with him, learning from him, and trying to move beyond him. That may be the most profound tribute any philosopher could receive.